All right. We will start the September 8th, 2020 study session. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all members of council are present.
All right. First item of business, clarification of items on the consent calendar. Do we have any? Mr. Duffield? No. Mr. Muldoon? Mr. Herdman? No. Ms. Brenner? Nope. Ms. Dixon? That's okay. Clarification of items on the consent calendar. Okay, Mr. Avery? No. All right, and I have none. We'll go into item number 2, proclamation recognizing September 17th through the 23rd, 2020 as Constitution Week. Do we have any representatives in the other room from the Daughters of the American Revolution? Okay, why don't you go on up to the podium up there. I'll read the proclamation, and then if you'd like to say anything, and then just stick around and I'll make sure you get a copy of this. So we will start, whereas September 17th, 2020 marks the 233rd anniversary of the drafting of the Constitution of the United States of America by the Constitutional Convention, and whereas Constitution Week is the commemoration of America's foundational document and is celebrated annually during the week of September 17th through the 23rd, and whereas the Constitution begins with a preamble that is echoed throughout history, which is justifiably reprinted in whole. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. And whereas we continue through amendments in the political process to strive for a more perfect union, and whereas it is fitting and proper to accord official recognition to this magnificent document and its memorable anniversary, and to the patriotic celebrations which will commemorate the occasion. Now, therefore, I, Will O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Newport Beach, on behalf of the entire Newport Beach City Council, do hereby proclaim September 17th through 23rd as Constitution Week in the City of Newport Beach and encourage our residents to reflect on the meaning and import of our founding document. So with that, if you have anything to say, you are very welcome to.
Of the Colonel William Cavell chapter of the National Society of the Daughters of the American Revolution, we graciously thank you. We look forward to celebrating this grand document with our local schools in the community. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. We'll make sure we get this out to you in just a moment. All right, we'll move to item number 3, which is short-term lodging. And I guess, Mr. Georges, you'll kick it off.
Good afternoon, Mayor O'Neill and City Council members. Simone Georges, Community Development Director. We're just going to let the PowerPoint load up here, and we'll go ahead and just kick off the just a brief presentation. Thank you. So I have about 11 slides, and we'll go ahead and start. So this is just a continuing discussion of short-term lodging. As the council members recall, an ad hoc committee was formed with council members Joy Brenner, council member Diane Dixon, and council member Jeff Herdman. They've been working really, really hard on short-term lodging. They've been working for 18 months now with regards to this subject. Just a little background, there is some history here. So just for the council members, just to recall, you have adopted 2 emergency ordinances which are still in place. So EO 004, which really restricts no new short-term lodging permits can be issued, and it's a 3-night minimum stay throughout the city of Newport Beach. And our emergency ordinance number 6, which imposes a 4-night minimum specifically on Newport Island. So just a little reminder, those 2 emergency ordinances are still in place. And if the council does recall that they've adopted ordinance 2020-15, that went into effect on August 13th. So that is what we've coined internally, just our phase 1 ordinance. And that was a significant change to the short-term lodging ordinance that we have currently on the books. And I just highlighted some 4 bullet points there on the very top. You know, all advertisements need to have a permit number. The hosting platforms have responsibility to ensure that legal units are posted. A lot of rules with regards to good neighbor policy and a nuisance response plan. And the council has increased citations. So this ordinance is now in effect, went in effect August 13th. We are rolling this program out. We've been talking to a number of our residents and permit holders. We get a lot of questions about what are we doing for enforcement? Well, I've listed some of the things we've done so far with regards to enforcement on the new ordinance only. So we've reached out and notified all our permit holders of the new code change. This is our new ordinance. Our revenue division has hosted a public workshop for the permit holders. That was done virtually, and we did that on August 4th, and we had maybe over 100 participants in that workshop. Our code enforcement staff continues to educate the permit holders, and we do respond to complaints. Again, we are a reactive program from a code enforcement standpoint. And something that staff has been working on for a while now, and we're about to launch it, is that we're going to launch a 24-hour answering service, and that should be launched by October 1st. And what that will do, it was allow residents who are living next to short-term lodging, if they have a late-night complaint, they can contact the answering service, and that answering service will reach out directly to the property owner to address their complaint. This is something the staff has been working on, and we're looking forward to it, because that way we can actually collect data from short-term lodging complaints. Right now, it's a little difficult. We only have a reactive program, so this answering service will allow those complaints to come in. We can track where the hotspots area, and then we can address those issues as they come. So the ad hoc committee has been working. They worked on the phase 1, and we continue to work on a phase 2. And the phase 2 is pretty straightforward. The ad hoc committee is recommending a minimum night stay. And again, just a reminder, your emergency ordinance has a 3-night minimum stay and a 4-night for Newport Island, and an ultimate cap on short-term lodging permits. And the current activity we have right now is we have about 1,500 active short-term lodging permits. The emergency ordinance right now does not allow us to issue any new permits. So if we don't have a cap of for short-term lodging, there's an enormous potential for more short-term lodging permits to be issued, maybe up to over 10,000 permits to be issued. Hence, the committee really wants to impose some type of minimum cap on the total short-term lodging permits. So what the committee did, and this is going to be an amendment to our local coastal plan. So the committee did recommend a minimum night stay and no new permits issued, and that amendment had to go to the Planning Commission. So we took these changes, not because we wanted to, but we had to go to the Planning Commission for them to take a look at this first. And this was a really good discussion at the Planning Commission level. The committee at the time recommended a kind of a tiered system, 3-night minimum for owner-occupied, and 6-night minimum for non-owner occupied. So your duplexes, you would live in one unit and you would rent the other unit. That other unit that was rented would be a 3-night minimum. For those that are non-owner occupied, which are the single-family dwellings, that would be a 6-night minimum. And for the limit on permits, there would be no new permits to be issued. Whoever has a permit now will get to hold on to it. The committee is not taking away anything from anybody. They want to allow people to continue to utilize their residence for short-term lodging if they hold on to a permit. The Planning Commission couldn't wrap their arms around these recommendations. They were just not ready, and we had a long discussion. A lot of public comment came. The Planning Commissioners understood what the goal was, but they just weren't ready to make any recommendation for approval just at that night. They could not recommend approval, and so they did not recommend approval of this, and that's fine. The committee took their comments, and they valued their comments, and they valued the community's comments, and so they refined their recommendations. And so the recommendations for the council this evening is changed from what was presented to the Planning Commission. So the ad hoc committee is recommending just to standardize it as a 3-night minimum stay and a cap on short-term lodging permits of up to 1,550 permits. Again, we have 1,510 issued, so this would just give a little bit of breathing room for that cap. And if we have a cap that's more than the permits issued, we have to develop a waiting list. So we did some surveys. We went out throughout Orange County, San Diego, and LA County just to understand who else has a minimum night stay. And I got to say, Newport Beach is very progressive with our short-term lodging ordinance and our permit program. Those are a few cities that actually have a minimum night stay. City of Anaheim has a 3-night minimum. Dana Point has a 2-night. Oceanside has a 2-night. And Solana Beach has a 7-night. So that is just those cities that have a permit program and have an ordinance with regards to short-term lodging. There's a lot of cities just don't even allow short-term lodging. A lot of coastal cities don't allow short-term lodging. With regard to cap on short-term lodging permits, we only found 2 cities that had one. City of Anaheim has a cap of 277 units, and they're amortizing that down to 235 units. But if you go on the AirDNA website, and that's just a platform that curates all the data that's out there, Anaheim actually has about 1,200 units that are active. So we look at those as those are illegal units. The city of Anaheim is trying to control their issues too with short-term lodging, and they want to allow only 235 units in their jurisdiction. City of Orange is going through the same process. There are 280 units active. They don't have a permitting program, but they want to go ahead and recognize maybe up to 300 units. And their planning commission has approved that, and it's still pending with the city council. That has not been adopted or heard yet. So those are the only two cities that we found that actually have a limit on short-term lodging. What are other cities doing? City of Huntington Beach, they don't allow short-term lodging at all, but they have 557 units that are active currently, so that's something that they're struggling with. City of Laguna Beach just adopted at the city council level, but the Coastal Commission has not adopted it, that they are not allowing short-term lodging in residential zones, only in the commercial zones with a use permit, but they're going to recognize and grandfather those ones that are existing in the residential zones. They already permitted 32 units. They still have another 286 units to work through. City of Santa Monica has a home sharing ordinance. So what that is that the property owner needs to live on site, and the property owner can rent out a bedroom or a part of the home. So that's home sharing. So they've permitted 55 units, yet they still have 962 active units in Santa Monica. So before I wrap it up here, I just want to inform the council what we have coming up next. I've talked about our 24-hour answering service, which is going to launch by October 1st. Our revenue division is going to come back to the city council just to update their short-term lodging permit fees. Our renewals are in October, so we don't have a fee for the renewal, so that's what revenue is going to be working on. And if we can get some consensus this evening, we'd like to return back to the city council at the first meeting of October with an ordinance. So I'm just going to close out here, Mr. Mayor, if there's a consensus from the council on moving an item forward with regards to a 3-night minimum stay and a ultimate cap of 1,550 units. Thank you.
All right. I had a question. So in addition to this, is there any discussion about removing any of the, so we've got 2 emergency ordinances on the books dealing with short-term lodging. Are we looking at revisiting either of those if we move forward with any of the comments here?
That wasn't part of the discussion with the ad hoc committee, but again, that's under the council's purview. If they want to put that on the agenda for a future hearing, we can put that on the agenda for further discussion.
Okay. Before we go to public comment, any questions or comments at the dais? All right. Then I suspect we'll have a little bit of public comment on this one. So we'll start in the community room, and then we'll eventually get over to the phones. So what we'll do, just quickly, so everyone understands, we've got a little bit of a feedback issue we found out about at the last meeting. So what that'll mean is that when you're in the community room, we'll be muted, which means that I won't be able to talk directly to you unless I kind of signal for it. So just expect that after the speaker is done, they can go ahead and the next speaker can come up. Since we're trying to do social distancing guidelines, you don't need to queue up, but just be prepared to get up and speak after the next speaker. All right, we'll kick it off with our first speaker. So go ahead.
Hello, good evening, honorable council members. My name is Hal Sears, and I'd like to speak regarding the short-term ban on new rental permits, particularly the ban pertaining to Balboa Island. And I took the liberty of sending several videos to the council, all the council members, and I took video of this weekend, the busiest weekend on Balboa Island with visitors to Newport Beach. And you could have thrown a bowling ball down the boardwalk in front of my house at 3:30 p.m. on Friday, and again at 7:30 p.m. on Friday. There was nobody there. And I could have gone 5 blocks one way, 5 blocks the other way, looked down the side streets. There was nobody there. So this idea that you need to limit short-term rentals on Balboa Island is a complete misnomer. It's counterproductive. The Balboa Island Ferry just celebrated their 100th year anniversary. People have been renting front units, back units on Balboa Island for over 100 years. There was more people on Balboa Island 30 years ago, young families sitting out in front of their patios, having barbecues, enjoying a beautiful short-term rental on Balboa Island, many more 30 years ago and 50 years ago than there are today. Now, I understand you may have other issues with other areas of Newport Beach where short-term rentals are a problem, but utterly, I do not see any problem existing on Balboa Island for granting more short-term rentals. I understand that the council passed this ruling, and you mentioned it for maybe the beginning of summer, it was back in May, that due to COVID, that you want to limit short-term rentals in Newport Beach. That is an absolute ridiculous idea. Let's get this straight, everybody. You don't allow short-term renters to have a short-term rental in Newport Beach. You're increasing COVID in Newport Beach. All the short-term rentals on Balboa Island today are sold out. What you're forcing those families to do is go rent 2 or 3 hotel rooms. You're not enabling them to go home, self-isolate as a family unit, barbecue in their front patios, and not spread COVID. So what you've done is just completely counterproductive. You need to take this off of your, we'll put it on the agenda right now and take a vote to repeal this ridiculous rule. It makes absolutely no sense. Don't wait any longer. You've already injured your constituents. If you just look at the people that have been in line to rent their houses out over the valuable summer months, we can do the math. 15 short-term rentals, $500 a night times 100 days. You've cost your constituents $750,000 in lost revenue. You're continuously costing your constituents over $250,000 a month in lost revenue. Now, where does this revenue go? This goes to pay their mortgage payments. This goes to pay their property taxes. This goes to pay some of the upkeep to offset some of the expense, and it's very expensive to own a home on Balboa Island. So your rules are completely counterproductive. They're without merit. They need to be taken off today. You're causing major harm to your constituents. And not only that, you're robbing all these families that want to come to Newport Beach.
All right.
And they can't come here. These could be ambassadors for our neighborhoods with all the memories that they would have in a short-term rental. So please, think about what you're doing. Repeal this ridiculous law. Do it now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Next speaker then, please.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosher. I know this comment is going to pain one of the committee members, but to the extent the committee and the city staff were seeking input from the general public and not just from the other council members, I have to say the city didn't do a really great job of informing the public of exactly what you were seeking input about this afternoon. The agenda says only that you will seek input from the City Council on recommendations for the next phase. It does not say what the recommendations were, so nobody could consider them in advance of the meeting. And there was a promise that more details were going to be posted on Friday. The details were never posted. The main comment I want to make is that I have always a concern about laws that create classes of citizens that are treated differently from others. If you are going to oppose a cap, and if the cap was respected, although from the presentation it sounds like they are not, this would create in Newport Beach for the first time a class of citizens who have grandfathered in the short-term lodging privilege that goes with their property so that they could sell that to some other future operator at a markup, their property being more valuable than somebody else's, and their similarly situated neighbor would not have the ability to do that because there are no new permits available. That's a problem I think you need to contend with, and this may seem a little radical, but the most equitable solution I can think of is if you did have a cap, the city should institute an annual lottery in which each year All of the permits are put up in a drawing for all the people that are interested in them, so all the people that are interested have an equal shot at them. That has a drawback that it has an advantage that would move the problem around. It may have its drawbacks. The final comment I wanted to make is the last slide that the Community Development Director showed said that this item might be coming back to the City Council in their first meeting in October. I believe because this is amending or recommending changes to the planning code and the coastal plan. Like the previous recommendation, I believe it needs to go through the Planning Commission, so it would be helpful to know if you move forward with this today, when it will be going to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Charles Gayton, and I'm not yelling at you, but I am going to project because the microphone's not working in the room. So forgive me if it comes off as yelling. There's a bunch of different points I'd like to make, and I'll make them as quickly as I can. First of all, I was here at the last meeting when the gentleman read this whole new Phase 2. And I have to say, there was a disdain in his voice for us short-term landlords. And I really don't quite understand it when we contribute millions and millions and millions of dollars for room taxes. Our renters, short-term renters, go to grocery stores, go to restaurants, go to rental places, go to drugstores, and yes, go to liquor stores. And this whole idea that we're this big blight on Newport Beach is, there's got to be something else there, because it was said, oh, there's a traffic and a noise problem. Well, you know, yeah, there's a traffic and noise problem everywhere in Newport Beach. And that's not the issue, because when the gentleman who was, for some reason, so against short-term things was reading Phase 2, he actually on his chart said the number of complaints have gone down and the number of units have gone way up, which tells me that's not the problem. So then I've got to relay a quick story to the crowd here. I inherited a house in Oahu, and the hotel industry spent over $70 million to get short-term completely cut off. I'm not accusing, I'm not suggesting, I'm just telling you, hotels do not want us in business. My place, 2-bedroom, bath and a half, on the water, pretty nice, and I get under $200 a night. You try to do a 2-bedroom suite anywhere in Newport Beach or anything like that, it is going to be $400, $500, $600. So I would just love to be able to count on my city government to tell me that it's not the hotels that are driving this, because there's something just not right when the number of complaints go down and the number of units went up, that we're such a problem. I don't get it. And I would love to hear the answer.
All right, next speaker.
Hi, my name is Carmen Rosen, and what I would like to point out is, looking at the presentation tonight, many of the cities around us, they show the number of permitted units and the number of units that are operating that are illegal. So has the evaluation been done of who is causing the issues of noise, trash, accumulation, and all that? Is the permitted units in Newport Beach or the illegal units? The Phase 1 hasn't been implemented yet. How about implementing it, evaluating what happens, what the results are, and really enforce? If there are illegal units that are causing the problem, try to get rid of those. Now you have the power to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Debbie Gubernick, and I am a short-term rental owner. I'm also a mother of 3 and a resident on the peninsula. Today, I come to share with you just a plea to remember the reason why a lot of us are speaking up is for the peace of our families. And that's what I'm here to discuss today, the need for peace for my family. I am a short-term rental owner, as I mentioned, as it sounds as many of you are, and like the gentleman who talked about the fond memories you have and the fond memories we want to create for others, that truly is one of the reasons why we have a short-term rental. We want people to love the town as much as we do. However, I will say, in the past 3 years, I have been offended, disgusted, interrupted, and really put off by the amount of emphasis on earning dollars and property owners earning dollars instead of the focus being on properties for peace, enjoyment, rest, and so on. I have 3 children. All 3 were forced to do school at home. Living where we do, that means closing your windows when it's 80 degrees so that you can do your work, because there's a lot of noise and commotion outside for people who come here to rent short term. I don't have any problem with the renters, like I said. Beautiful place to build memories. Wonderful that you can roll a bowling ball and not hit anyone at 3 in the afternoon on Balboa. That's fantastic, but there's certain areas where that's just simply not the case. And if we want to create some consistency, we've got to have consistency in our rules. Why is it that one area has a limit of 30 days? Why is it that others were saying, let's do 3 days? I can tell you, why does that interruption, distraction, and so on occur? I see it more frequently on the 3-day rentals. When somebody comes in and they pull up a van next to my house, they unload their car, another cleaning crew comes in so they can clean the house top to bottom so somebody else can come in 4 hours later with their whole family. The commotion is incredible. And if you think it's not, you simply haven't lived on the peninsula during these summer months and experienced it from that point of view. I will say I appreciate all of the research that has been done. It is incredible the amount of time each of you in this room has put into this issue and what our city council has put into this issue. But I would just say at the heart, it's really, we want this to be a peaceful, enjoyable place for people. It's great to have the revenues come in. I agree. I would love to use those revenues to pay for my kids' college. I'm just like you in that way. But let's strike the right balance. And I think the only way to do that is to cap the number. It's ridiculous lest we become what you see in Pacific Beach, what you see now in Mission Bay, the areas of San Diego where things have just kind of shifted into this hotel community type of a thing. We don't want to be that. We want to be the Newport Beach that is family-focused and family-centered. And I'm telling you, the folks I see come in on the 3-day rental are not families. That's not who's coming in. It's the bachelor party, it's the 40th birthday, it's the 16th birthday, and it's not enough to contribute to this family environment that we were hoping for. The second point, capping tenancy.
You reached 3 minutes.
Oh, my apologies. Capping tenancy and capping... my mistake. Sorry.
Thank you very much. All right, next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Thanks to you and the staff for considering this issue, and to all of you that are here with a voice. So my name is Denise Oberman, and I live in one of those areas where on the ocean front, on the Balboa Peninsula, in an area that is not concentrated with short-term rentals. However, in close proximity to me, there are areas that are concentrated with short-term rentals. I think the reasons to manage the number of short-term rentals, they're very clear. They're actually stated in the body of the ordinance itself to preserve the integrity of the communities, to preserve the physical stock of the communities so that they can be residential communities that have integrity. And we have a new one that a lot of people may want to scoff at, but I see everybody in this room is wearing their masks. We do have a reality of public health and safety. And in our coastal communities, which is where the preponderance of the short-term rentals are, we have very dense residential properties. And frequently, they don't even maintain the required 6-foot side setback. So there are a lot of reasons to manage the number of rentals, short-term rentals in these areas. I agree completely with the prior speaker. I apologize, I didn't hear your name from over there. But there is definitely a relationship between these very short periods of stay, such as the 3 days, and trying to split the hairs on whether that minimum should be 3, 4, 5. The reality is that the residential properties are not run as hotels are. Residential owners, even if they have agents, do not have the infrastructure or, quite honestly, the caring to be able to regularly and consistently manage the impacts. So I believe Mr. Georges had talked about a complaint-driven concept. Is it equitable to the residents of a community to have to live where they have to make perpetual complaints based on short-term rentals? It's almost impossible to go directly to the people that will typically do these very short-term rentals because they don't care and they are generally hostile when you ask them for simple neighborly considerations. So for these reasons, I agree with the cap that has been recommended. I think it's been recommended very thoughtfully. It's not depriving any of the people that considered and purchased properties where there were already authorized short-term 30 days or less uses and where they can have permits. It's very well thought through. It's not taking all of them away. It's a reasonable solution that doesn't deprive anybody of equity. And as to the 3-night minimum, I am not a proponent of having such a short term as 3 nights, so I would ask that be carefully studied and reconsidered. Last comment is relative to enforcement.
So Denise, you hit 3 minutes, so if you can
Okay,
make that
the
quickly.
city has a problem with enforcement. To assume that enforcement is going to do it for our neighborhood integrity is blowing smoke. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Angela. How are you? And I'm a relatively new short-term rental owner. We're in the stopping point because of COVID. We don't have a permit yet. But I just wanted to put a face to my name just to give my example. We purchased in November of 2019, and because of COVID and the stop, I also have 3 young kids. They're sitting right there. We have not been able to rent it. And so right now we are in a bind because of not being able to rent it. We've done a remodel on the property, updated everything, and made it look beautiful. And, Newport Beach is a place my husband and we've lived in Fullerton and Diamond Bar, and we love it here so much. But the reality is these homes are very expensive, and short-term rental does offset the income that younger families like myself and my children need to live here. So although there's these short-term rentals who have the established short-term rental income, and that's fabulous, please realize there are younger families who also want to live in Newport Beach on the peninsula. My husband surfs, I paddleboard, my children, my son boogie boards. So you have to put a name to a face and realize that short-term rental property should be for all. And so I just wanted to point that out. Also, on our property, we are neighbored by a long-term tenant of renters. There's 2 families, a duplex property, and a short-term. And the short-term property, since we can't rent it right now, my husband and I have been vacationing there during this time. The short-term rentals who live there, they're wonderful. They're families who are boogie boarding, who are sitting on the patio having a glass of wine. There is no noise complaint. There is nothing. The long-term leasing tenants, I'll be honest, those are the problem ones. There was a girl with water bottles hammered, throwing water bottles at the street at cars, and I had to call the cops on the long-term tenants. So my point is, in my experience, we've owned this property since November 2019. It's not the short-term rentals from where I am, it's the long-term ones. But I just wanted to put a name to my face that this stop, especially the emergency order, and then the cap, the 3-day cap, and capping the short-term rentals will directly affect my family, my children, because we need the income to offset our life, our way of, we can't just afford this property without the rental income. And eventually, we want to make it our permanent home, but we're just not there yet. And so we're just hoping that this is our stepping point to get, to be on the peninsula forever and live there forever, because we surf and we have fun. I just want to put a name to my face. I'm glad everyone has established ones, but on the newer ones, there are newer families, younger families, myself, where we want to be here too, and a cap is going to hurt my family, will hurt my children. So I just want to put a name to a face and say I don't think there should be a 3-day cap, and I don't think there should be a cap on permits in general. Oh, last thing I want to say is, the reason we wanted a short-term rental on the peninsula is because when we rent for vacations, I look for something that's family-friendly, for a way of life, and the property management company we look at, I'll cut it there. But just name to a face, I disagree with the cap.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Yelena Tam. I am a resident of Newport Beach. I've lived here with my family for about 10 years now, 11. And I am also a short-term vacation rental management company. I own one. I own a small company with about 12 employees, and we manage about 70 units. Most are in Coachella Valley. We only manage 2 properties on Balboa Island. I also want to add that I'm currently an active member of the ad hoc short-term vacation rental committee of the city of La Quinta. We are dealing with all the issues this city is dealing with, and although I only have 2 units that I manage here because I live here, these are really important issues to me. Just because I look at the numbers from other cities and I am actively a member of the other short-term ad hoc committee, I do want to say that 3-day minimum, I don't love it, but I understand it, and it's not such a big impact. The permit restriction is a huge impact. I've heard council members discuss a lot about recovering the economy, supporting small business. This is not the time, if you want to do that, to put any limits on new short-term permits. This is not only small business. Most of us are small businesses that just exists on its own. It's a small business that supports our other small businesses. It's a small business that brings traffic to literally every other business that you can think of in Newport Beach. So from my standpoint, the 3-day minimum, I don't love it. I will accept it. Think it's somewhat reasonable. A cap on the permit, it's not the time to do it. I would let first phase 1 play out, see where you are with that, with the results, with enforcement, see how that goes before you even consider phase 2. And if you must go to the permit restriction, then there needs to be a much higher number than 1,550. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. By means of introduction, I'm Meg Cooper. I'm an owner of a short-term rental on Newport Island. I also live on site with my partner in the back unit. I'd like to just address 2 quick points today, one on minimum stays, one on noise violations. On minimum stays, we've heard a lot tonight, and we'll probably hear more about lost revenue for ourselves, our mortgages, our property taxes that we based our purchase decision off of. But the property taxes, the city's income from that, the bars and restaurants' income from that, I could go on and on. But I'd like to take another angle, our neighbors. Newport Beach does not turn its back on its neighbors. I saw an article about it today with our fire department. The long weekend, just to give you an example, the long weekend rental I had in this weekend, I got to talking to them because they pulled in the garage with like 3 paddle boards, a kayak, about 3 bikes. I was a little concerned they were moving in. They were from Irvine. This was their big vacation. Parents, 3 kids, all in high school. They've been taking this vacation every year since their kids were, quote, this little. Taking this opportunity away from them it's just not fair. It's not fair to our neighbors, and it's not fair to us as homeowners. Now, are there parties? Yes, of course. I've lived on the peninsula for 8 years, but these blanket approaches to knock them out not only hurt us, but they hurt our neighbors. And Newport Beach does not turn its back on its neighbors. Secondly, on noise. Listen, I understand fair and equal fines for noise violations, but let's talk about consistency across Newport Beach. I have never once had a noise violation. Granted, I hired Seabreeze Vacation Rentals. They have a super high bar, no tolerance, none of that, because I work full time. I didn't want to deal with it. They deal with it very well. But on a personal story, I have a serial abuser of his wife and children that lives in the house directly behind mine. The police have been called over 150 times this year. This has been going on for over 15 years, to which I've been told we're working on it. And we are. There's steps that are being taken. But this has been a 15-year journey. This is damaging to my family. It's damaging to the work that I now do from home because of COVID, and it's damaging to the small business that I'm trying to get going in my front unit as a short-term rental. So this is just one example. I have a parrot next door. I'm not even joking. I can't even tell you how many times it says hello. It's a joke on my Zoom calls. I have a very affluent neighbor who's a homeowner, as is the serial abuser of his children and wife. And he had a massive blowout. And it happens. There's ebbs and flows. We live on the beach. That does happen. So I'm all for noise violations, 100% behind it. Like I said, I've never had one. But I think they should be applied consistently across Newport Beach, whether they're short-term renters, homeowners, or long-term rentals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. My mic on in there? Just checking. Can everybody hear me in there? They can? Okay. So what we're going to do I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council persons. Thank you for taking such an interest in this very important issue here in the city of Newport Beach. I, along with a number of my cohorts here, have properties that we own, manage, or live in here in Newport Beach. It is a family, it is a community that has been very favorite of so many people for so many years as a place for people to enjoy, to rent. I really believe that you need to do phase one, which came about pretty much because of COVID, and let this play out a little bit before phase two is even considered. I mean, give us a break and let us try to live these rules first. And as so many have spoken, especially the lady before me, apply the rules consistently across the board, whether they are short-term rentals, long-term renters, people just walking down the boardwalk. Just implement the rules that we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is David Tanner, Newport Beach resident. I think as you've heard over the months where you've been studying this problem, there are good short-term rental people and there are not so good short-term rental people, and we're here trying to figure out a solution that works for Newport Beach. So it's my opinion that short-term rentals need to have some controls. What those are, you'll figure out. I think we should wait and see what the City of Laguna Beach's outcome is with the Coastal Commission, because the Coastal Commission will be reviewing what Newport Beach proposes. So I think that's something. And I recall in the discussions of Laguna Beach that the Coastal Commission talked about requiring affordability. Don't know if they're going to or not, but if they are, one of the things that the City of Newport Beach could do, one of the ways they could achieve this, is to spread these units out over the city in some form, basically so they're all not lumped in one area. It seems to be that would be something to consider. Also, I think that in these changing times, that units, residential units with accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units, they should be looked at, whether they're going to be allowed to be short-term rentals or not. That's something I think you need to look at. I think it's taken for granted that these short-term lodging units should meet current building codes. They should be subject to inspection by the fire department. And I think importantly, because in many of these areas where these short-term lodging units occur, there are parking problems. I think that the short-term lodging units should use all garage and parking spaces on site so that they don't impact the surrounding community. And I also think that under certain conditions, the permits for short-term lodging should be appealable by the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gyla Wilner, and I am a short-term rental property owner. I want to echo some of the sentiment that you let Phase 1 please play out before you consider adding any new restrictions. My concern is that if you do put a cap on the short-term rental permits, you're going to end up with a lot more 9-month rentals to college students. And I think that will bring more noise complaints, more parking issues, more trash than the short-term families that come and enjoy our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name's Lori Hamill. I've spoken a few times on this matter, one at City Council and another Planning Commission. I oppose the minimum number of nights. I have a 1-bedroom in Corona Del Mar at the back of my house, and the economics don't work when I have to block out the 2 nights or 1 night that are not consecutive. I rent to responsible people. Many are business travelers or a couple just wanting to come to Newport Beach for the weekend, celebrate anniversary, something like that. I had this right to rent for 1 night when I bought the property and when I got the permit, and up until the emergency order, and there's no justification or evidence to take it away. I've had no violations. There's no proof that 1-night rentals cause more issues or more noise violations than any other number of nights. It's just an arbitrary number that you've come up with. I propose you let violations and people that have issues with their permits to lose their permits and let the people that have responsible renters continue to rent what they feel is the right person for their rental unit for the right number of nights. And I'd also like to see an economic impact report on all these proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jolene Caparelli. 16 years ago, my husband and I brought our children, and we rented an Airbnb here in Newport Beach. We fell in love with it. We came so often that we became lifelong friends with the owner. And he decided to sell, and so we looked at each other, and we decided to throw our retirement plans away, and we bought a home here in Newport Beach. We have a duplex. We found the absolute best property manager we could, Beachview, and after interviewing at least 5 or 6 companies, that's who we decided upon. They do a magnificent job. We decided personally that we would not rent to anyone under 30. We've never had a complaint. We don't have issues. What I'd like to say to you is, for us to be here, we weren't born asters. We're hardworking, average people. We emptied out our savings account. We emptied out our IRA. We paid the horrible penalty just to be owners in Newport Beach. We love it. We support it. My husband goes by the house at least 4 times a day. We're totally engaged with our neighborhood, our neighbors, our tenants, our property management. What I'd like to say is I understand there's a few really squeaky wheels. In council, out of council, they're squeaky wheels. I understand everybody has a right to the opinion. What I'd like to say is, please protect my rights. Please protect my retirement. We worked really hard to do it. We bought the house, then we remodeled the house. That was another $300,000, $400,000 after we purchased. So what I'd like to say is, protect all of us. Think about what you're doing. Don't just penalize us for the bad actors that are out there. Again, go after the ones with the noise complaints, not the ones that have never had a complaint. Thank you for your time.
My name is Ken Rawson. I'm a Newport Beach Peninsula resident, 29 years, and a short-term lodging owner. I would like to ask the city, you've now, in Regulation 2020-15, put the rules in place to give you the ability to enforce short-term lodging. And coming up this 30th of October, you have permit renewals for all short-term lodging owners, is my understanding. Like one gentleman here suggested, I would like you to finally put some teeth into your actions. And as these owners go to apply for their permit, you make them live up to the rules that have now been passed. You review it, you make sure their property is adequate, and move forward. Do not allow permits for owners who do not have units that comply with the rules. The other thing I'd like to just point out, I was at the Planning Commission meeting where the Planning Commission voted down against the Phase 2 items that were being discussed, and I heard some of the reasons why, and they made it clear you have 1,510 active units and only 87 complaints that year. You know, we have a complaint issue? I don't think so. What we have is the inability to record the number of complaints that are coming in. So what I'd like to see, and it still hasn't happened, we approved in 2020-15 that current, I guess we call that an addendum to our laws, the ability to have a 24-hour service. And here we are still in September, and we approved that, back in April, May, June, and we still don't have that in service. So, Mayor, I'd like to ask you, since you head up our city, to please do whatever you can to enforce that 24-hour service does get put into action by the 1st of October, which was stated here tonight. I look forward to, as an operator, for us to have the ability to police not only ourselves, but police those other people out there that are doing short-term rentals, and call in on this service so you can finally have the data to understand who is breaking the rules and regulations so you can pull their permits. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Can folks hear me in there? Just checking. All right. Any other speakers in there?
So, good morning, council members and staff. First, I want to say thank you for, I hear the library's opening. Is that true? So I'm here to talk about a related topic to short-term lodging. I live on Dahlia Avenue, and there are 2 drug and alcohol rehabs which operate next door to me. They have similar characteristics to short-term lodging, but the challenge is that we don't necessarily have the opportunities for enforcement. So in 2010, the city created an agreement with Morningside Recovery for an operating agreement, and kind of the approach was, we're good. But unfortunately, for those of us who live next to facilities, we are still dealing with operators, such as I do, who do not follow the city, state, and local codes related to their operation. So, for example, the operator next door to me agreed in 2012 to multiple conditions. And these conditions in the County of Orange were no loud conversations, no smoking, no parking in front of the property or on the street, no group therapy meetings outside, and to have a dedicated contact phone. This was in 2012. Within 6 months, the dedicated phone number was gone, and within 6 months, the violations of all of those conditions, which are outlined here and attached by the operator to his license at the state of California, were not being followed. So what I'm here to ask the city to do is, in the same vein as it pursues a balance between the short-term licenses and working with state regulations and city and county regulations, is to help us work with the state licensing agency to attach these conditions and all violation with the state of California Department of Healthcare Services. Because, for example, last week, a gentleman was sitting on the porch explaining to his family that he should come here from Vermont because the weather's nice and his methadone is working now. So we hear the drug treatment, we hear people swearing at us, we hear people using foul language constantly, and it's similar to living next door to a rehab. And an operator is required to comply by city and state regulations which relate to his license. So Costa Mesa and Laguna also have an interest because they have this operator in their cities, and the state is interested in enforcing. In 2016, we had 2014, we had an opportunity to enforce and have this operator lose his license. He actually did lose his license, and we had the opportunity to enforce, and we didn't take that vigorously. And so now we have this operator again with 12 people living in 6 bedrooms and really impacting the character of the neighborhood and the life quality of the residents. So what I'm here to ask the council for, the council members, many of them are familiar with this topic. It's a very complex topic. I personally have spent a lot of time and effort researching the license and understanding what the state's licensing practices have been. So I'm asking the council to support that we work with the state to enforce vigorously. The director of licensing is Christopher Lewis. His information is in the documentation which has been provided to the city in the past.
All right.
So we thank you for your support.
Thank you, Laura. All right. Before we go to the phones, any other speakers in the community room? All right.
My name's Frank Caparelli. I just have one thing. You had mentioned at the beginning you were going to create the phone number, and with that phone number, you're going to judge how vacation rentals are doing. I live in the neighborhood, and I also have a weekly rental there. The problems I have in my neighborhood are actually the people that live there. As long as that phone number accurately counts if it's a weekly vacation rental or a neighborhood person, I would be okay with that, because I would stand my house against any of the people that live there. It's as quiet as any of them.
Okay, so are there any other speakers in the community room before we go to the phones? Okay. All right, we're going to go to the phones then. All right, so you're going to want to mute what you're listening to, and then you can go ahead and speak.
Vacation rental, neighborhood person.
Yeah, there you go. All right, go ahead. They hung up. Okay, next speaker. Hi, go ahead.
Hi, my name's Sue Reed, and I would like to first comment regarding the nuisance plan phase 1. I'd like to ask the council to reconsider the requirement to have a separate person besides the owner designated to be on call 24/7. I've owned a home in Newport for 19 years, and I have a short-term lodging permit. I've never had a complaint. I only rent 4 to 5 times a year to people I know, and I keep the permit because I feel it's the legal and right thing to do. I do not advertise, and I do not need a property manager. To be asked to name a person, be available 24/7 instead of having me called first seems counterproductive. A scenario would be there's a problem, the 24/7 person is called. If they happen to be reached, what are they supposed to do? Most likely they would call me. It seems more reasonable to call me first. If I'm unable to get there in a timely fashion, then allow me to contact one of several neighbors until I find someone who is available to respond immediately until I'm able to get there. Having to be within 25 miles or 30 minutes to respond by even an on-call neighbor will not necessarily be workable 24/7. There isn't anybody, with the exception of possibly a property manager, that is available 24/7, 365 days a year. I think this is an unreasonable requirement to have a short-term lodging permit, and I ask you to reconsider this. To require a single person to be designated instead of letting the owner contact someone is the reason I'm bringing this up, that specifically. I also want to secondly say that I too would prefer no minimum caps on the nights that we rent. We have several renters that want to just come for a weekend, and it allows them to be able to do that. When you start putting 6-night caps and things like that on there, you can't have friends or people come for a short-term time, and I don't think that's the way to go. I'd prefer to see no minimum cap on nights. And again, I agree. I don't think that the people that have had no complaints in 19 years are the ones that we should be targeting here. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Take the next call. Hi, go ahead.
Hello, this is Scott McFetters on Newport Island, and I was calling in mainly about to discuss the enforcement on how it currently works since these ordinances have been passed. There's a lot of issues that just because an ordinance gets passed doesn't mean it's easy to enforce and people are getting citations right away. There's a lot of delay and there's a lot of agony trying to get rid of or deal with the problem operators and owners that don't care. And I'm talking specifically on Newport Island and the Channel area, where we have a bond stay that's been an ongoing issue since they've been here for a year or so. And basically from lying on the short-term rental application saying how many bedrooms it has, square footage probably, other things like that the city will not do anything about because of COVID, so they won't do inspections. They won't go back to the old city record to see how many bedrooms the house was or whatever. So that's an issue, and the ordinance says they should be, the permit should be taken away if they're doing that. But it doesn't seem like the city wants to enforce that part right now. I have no idea why. Noise, it's still the neighbors have to call the police. Then they have to make sure code enforcement gets involved to make sure they get the address and that the police actually put the address where the noise is coming from. Otherwise, it just says like 3800 Channel or whatever, and then the short-term rental doesn't get in trouble for it. Illegal parking, it never seems to go away. We had 3 different cars at one short-term rental this weekend parked illegally across the sidewalk, 3 different cars. I have no idea if the police cited them or if code enforcement cited them. But those when they're parking in the fire lanes and across the sidewalks, it makes it really dangerous and it's ongoing. And those should be counted against the permits when they do that. That's just an ongoing problem. And it's for certain properties, and they shouldn't be short-term rentals if they're in a fire lane and they don't have the parking to support it. 4-day minimums. We've had multiple. It sounds like this is like a big deal. 4-day, 3-day, 4 days on Newport Island. We've had multiple occasions where people have violated that. They have advance stay, whoever it might be. They have people there for 1 day, 2 days. And what happens, what people don't know, is that the code enforcement has to witness it in order to cite somebody. So somebody leaves in 3 days and they're gone, code enforcement won't cite them. So people have been getting away with a lot because code enforcement has to see it, has to witness it. Pictures aren't good enough. Videos aren't good enough. Eyewitnesses aren't good enough. So I think everybody should get together on this and get rid of the bad actors because it's just ongoing issues. Trash violations. If you call on a short-term rental for trash violations,
All right.
it takes another week after they're notified.
Go ahead and finish up quickly, Scott.
So yeah, I appreciate it. So occupancy is another issue. The code enforcement
I was serious about quickly, Scott.
Okay, yeah. Well, an occupancy needs to be looked at because you could have 15 people in a 3,000 square foot house. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go to the next speaker, please. Hi, go ahead.
Hi there. Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Craig Wallace, and my wife has a short-term rental in Corona Del Mar. And I'm going to urge Council to halt this next phase. Some of the other speakers have said the same thing until we've had a chance to see what the new regulations are doing and seeing whether we have a problem. And I'm going to make 3 points on that. First of all, I would urge Council to act on evidence and not fear-mongering. And I believe there's there's a potential for fear-mongering to have a big impact here. Second is not to apply solutions to problems that don't exist for most short-term rentals and to tighten the screws on all short-term rentals as a result of a few problem areas. And thirdly, to just keep some perspective. There's a lot of talk about the burden of short-term rentals, but there has to be some recognition of the benefits. Now, I recognize that reasonable regulation of short-term rentals is necessary and desirable so that they are sustainable. Everybody wants this to get along. Short-term rental landowners don't want to upset their neighbors. In fact, probably more so than long-term landlords. Because if you get a long-term tenant in there, you walk away and you leave them in there for a year with very little interaction with them. Most short-term landlords, and certainly this is our case, we're very involved. We have a professional manager. The manager checks on them. We make sure that they're comfortable. We make sure they're not causing a disturbance. And so I want to say that the tenor, one of the problems with, and this is why I say evidence is important, one of the problems, and I think the reason there are so many people upset about this is that the tenor of the existing ordinances is overwhelmingly negative and seems to be blaming problems on short-term rentals that are really problems of a beach resort community. There are problems that Newport Beach has always had. It's got a specific geography that has limited parking, and if you read the preambles of the ordinance that have already been enacted, whereas this influx of tourists burdens city streets and services with heavy volume of vehicle traffic and heavy demand on parking, sewage, and refuse facilities, paramedics, and police services. That's directly from the preamble of the ordinances. There's really no evidence, or at least I haven't seen it, that short-term rental units are any more to blame for those kinds of problems, which do exist, than other regular tenants or permanent residents, landowners. So now what has happened, though, and the other reason that I think this is causing so much friction is now there's a means to complain about this. There's going to be a 24-hour answering service. There's a website. You can click on a button and make a complaint. You can't make those complaints about your regular neighbors. And so now we're going to be collecting complaints. And so it looks like this is designed to make short-term rentals the evil that everybody wants to get rid of.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Go to the next speaker. Hi, go ahead.
Yes, I'm Bud Reevely from Newport Island. Lived here in the island since '95 when I built the house here. Prior to that, I lived over in the other section of town on 36th Street. And my wife and I decided that after rolling a few drunks away from our driveway, we started looking for another place to live. Fortunately, there was a spot here on the island that was available. We purchased it and built a single-family home here and have enjoyed it since that time. Probably my familiarity with Newport goes all the way back to my high school days in the late 40s. Unfortunately, I probably was one of the bad actors who came down here for Bal Week, so I apologize to you all for that. Well, we're kind of a unique little residential area, and that's why we're so anxious to keep it that way. We have our meetings here, barbecues, people bring their own food, and in the park we have a spot where we can all gather together in the afternoons and evenings when we want to. And we know people that live on the island. There's only about 110 families here, and after you've been here a while, you can get to know most of them. We have kids and dogs and cats and everything we love, and we're being damaged by some of the bad operators that we have on the island. My feeling about the cap is that we should remain at this number, and I'd like to know from the staff, when they went to other cities and found illegal units, no one has said there's any illegal units here, and I'd like that staff member, maybe he could comment on that. Has that ever been investigated? Find out what the real number of units is?
All right. Thank you very much. We'll go to the next speaker. All right, go ahead.
Avo Avadisian.
All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Avo Avadisian, and I, like most of the other people that spoke, are against raising or increasing the minimum night stay. My story started 10 years ago, and I was a short-term renter in Newport, and I remember when I came down there with my family, we just absolutely fell in love with the sunsets, with the quality of people there, and just, dreamt to someday be a part of it. About 2 years ago is when I seriously had the means to afford to live in Newport and pull together a lot of my savings and found a location eventually. And in January of this year, we're fortunate enough to buy a house on oceanfront. And it's been a dream for us. And I'll tell you, we looked for a short-term rental specifically. Had we known that there was any type of jeopardy to come from our short-term rental understanding, that certainly would have weighed heavily on our decision of purchasing a home in Newport. And more specifically, we made sure that it was a short-term rental because some of the other homes that don't have that permit was, we had opportunities to buy those but paid a hefty premium for the short-term rentals. So we value that very much. During the COVID lockdown, since we couldn't rent out our house, we ended up staying there. And really quickly, what we found out was, just like us 10 years ago, that people that come there on a short-term basis aren't there to cause trouble. They're there for a finite period of time, and they want to enjoy peacefully, every, that day that they have there. What I also noticed was in my surrounding area, I think I'm the only short-term renter on oceanfront, but the homes nearby had people staying in there even during the lockdown period for a week at a time. So I don't believe the long-term renter homes are properly being scrutinized for short-term rental basis. I think that's where some of the problems could be sort of fixed by regulating those homes, and it will reduce volume, and volume should reduce some of the distractions that we've had complaints about. To conclude, I would just echo with some of the other speakers. I haven't seen any short-term complaints in the surrounding homes, and my management company, Beachview, has done a great job, and we haven't violated a single rule that the city is enforcing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. How many more? 4. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Whitmire. My husband and I own a duplex in Corona Del Mar, and we live in one of the units. We rent to long-term tenants and do not agree that short-term rentals should be in Corona Del Mar. These are vacation rentals that are living closely to long-term residents. The short-term rental have people in vacation mode, not having to get up and go to work in the morning like we do. Our income has been adversely affected by living next door to a short-term rental. We also need to pay our mortgage and our property taxes and our utilities. I was disappointed listening to the Planning Commission that regarded the income of short-term rentals and showed no respect to those of us that rent to long-term tenants. I am hoping that you will consider that I also need income, and I rely on my rental for that income. I have had prospective tenants turn away because they do not want to live next door to these vacation homes. Why would you consider the income of the short-term rentals over the long-term rentals? I do not think that 3-day minimum is long enough, but it is much more reasonable than 1 or 2 nights that just creates party homes. I can tell you that frequent turnover is very disruptive. I have lived next door to it. As a good neighbor and a good city resident, I did not call the police to complain. My mistake. Please consider the lifestyle of Corona Del Mar and respect the residents who want to live here in peace and harmony. I am also concerned about my property value, which is negatively affected by the loss of income because these short-term rentals make it difficult for me to rent my unit. As a realtor, I know that these noisy neighbors and this disruption is costing me money in monthly income and in property value. Thank you for your consideration and your, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, please.
Here in peace.
I need you to mute what you're listening to. All right, then go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
My name is Carol McDermott, and I am requesting additional time because I'm representing 4 other speaker potential or 4 clients.
Yeah, those speakers had reached out to me and asked, and that's reasonable, Carol. So how much time do you need?
About 9 minutes, and I will speak quickly.
All right, go ahead.
So good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council and staff. My name is Carol McDermott, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with all of you regarding this important issue to my clients, Burr White Realty, Balboa Vacation Rentals, Seabreeze Vacation Rentals, Abrams Coastal Properties, and the hundreds of homeowners whose short-term rentals are managed by these fine firms. I basically made this presentation last week to the ad hoc committee and staff who have worked so very hard on this issue, but felt it was important to also address the entire council. I understand the stated goal of the ad hoc committee as you formed it is to develop a short-term lodging code that balances the quality of life needs of the residents with the needs of the property owners, balances that quality of life with the needs of both residents and property owners. some of which are one and the same. We realize that it's been a challenge to the ad hoc committee and the staff has been laboring over this issue for some time, but we feel that the standards of Phase 1, and particularly those being considered and regulated in the proposed Phase 2 ordinance, are clearly designed to diminish short-term lodging as has existed in Newport Beach for over 100 years. Of note is that the Planning Commission, which the Council needs to help review and make recommendations on regulations that can be approved by the Coastal Commission, voted to deny the Phase 2 regulations. While Visit Newport Beach has a large budget to promote and encourage visitors to book hotels and short-term lodging, the findings of the proposed Phase 2 are misleading and unfair in describing all tourists, including short-term lodging guests, as burdens, particularly when considering the more relevant and huge impact of the 8 to 10 million daily beach visitors who do tax city services and take up all the parking, while short-term lodging generates revenue to the city. It's also important to note that it's unfair to compare Newport Beach with the other coastal cities which do not have the miles of coastal and bay frontage on the peninsula, where there are 16,824 dwellings and only 1,510, apparently, are short-term rentals in the entire city. We request the consideration of Phase 2 ordinance be postponed for the following reasons. One, there has not been enough time to figure out how the regulations of Phase 1 are working to address the concerns of some adjacent long-term residents. Two, there is no longer a need to rush this as the summer season is now over. And three, there is plenty of time to hash out the fine points of these important regulations. However, we do wish to comment as follows. As you know, these regulations must be approved by the Coastal Commission, and the Coastal Commission has determined that short-term rentals are a permitted right as stated in the letter to the City of San Diego, and I quote, Coastal Commission agency has generally interpreted local zoning ordinance in a broad fashion and found that short-term rentals or vacation rentals are a form of residential use permitted by right in any residentially zoned area unless other such uses are specifically prohibited. Minimum night stay. The subcommittee agreed, and we support a 3-night minimum, which the Coastal Commission has agreed to in San Diego, Del Mar, and other cities, and it can be sensitive to neighborhood concerns while still affording important coastal visitor access. The freeze. The current freeze was established at the beginning of the COVID-19 shutdown, supposedly to prevent crowding. However, what it did was it forced visitors into hotels and even smaller, more crowded situations while preventing a new owner of a home previously used for short-term lodging was eligible to apply for a new permit from obtaining a permit. We strongly oppose the further extensions of these regulations citywide by the proposed upcoming changes to Chapter 5.95. Additionally, it should be noted that the freeze prevents the owner of a single-family residence proposing to tear down or rebuild from keeping their existing permit, as we understand it, resulting in significant loss of revenue enhancements to the city, a provision we strongly oppose as well. Please lift the freeze as summer is over and there's no longer an influx of tourists or guests. On the proposed cap, it is problematic in many ways in that it reduces coastal access and will reduce the TOT generated by the city, for the city. And notice that the Coastal Commission has resisted approving any caps, so there needs to be other solutions. It also does not address the inactive permits nor describe the mechanism for acquiring a new permit as inactive permits expire. That's an important feature here, and it could allow an inactive permit holder to pay the city only $100 a year to keep the permit active but not rent the unit and not generate any revenue for the city. So we strongly oppose a cap. And there is apparently some new number released tonight that we have not seen before. However, so rather than an artificial cap, we have a suggestion. We would like you to consider a different process for allowing new permits to be issued, but with a requirement that a minimum of $1,000 of annual TOT to be paid by the city by the permit holder. Instituting a minimum annual $1,000 TOT requirement to be paid by all existing permit holders will eliminate inactive permits, reducing the actual number of permits. That's your opportunity to reduce the permits while giving the city a more realistic number of active short-term lodgings and continue an enhanced revenue stream generated by this important segment of the community. Let's let the marketplace decide how many permits are issued, and if the total number of permits increases beyond a certain limit, then the city has the opportunity to raise the minimum TOT requirement for each permit, but not institute a cap. Caps and blanket prohibitions have, as I've said, have been found to be inconsistent with the Coastal Act and violates the broad mandate to maximize coastal access and provide affordable accommodations. The Coastal Commission has further defended the policy providing these accommodations in the coastal zone. And on the peninsula, there are 16,824 dwellings on the ocean front, steps to the ocean or bay. It's the only city and county which provides such affordability for people to stay at the beach. Of those 16,824 dwellings on the peninsula, the percentage of short-term lodging permits comprise only 7% of the peninsula dwellings, hardly an overwhelming number disruptive of the Peninsula Beach community, which also includes numerous long-term rentals, as many people have pointed out in their testimonies tonight. The nuisance response plan is not currently well defined, and we think must be explained more clearly. And the good neighbor policy is also something we can support, but needs further clarification. But we have a proposal for you. What we suggest is that both the nuisance response plan and the good neighbor policy provisions be addressed by a well-crafted short-term lodging guest contract, which addresses both the nuisance and the good neighbor policies by allowing and requiring the permit holder to immediately evict non-compliant guests. The Burr-White contract does just that and has been forwarded to staff as a result of our conversations with the ad hoc committee last week, and it addresses both issues, and if used as a suggested template for all permit holders, could qualify as satisfying the requirement of a nuisance response plan and the good neighbor policy without having any confusion about what is required. We also request edits of the Phase 1 ordinance as follows. The minimum age to rent a short-term lodging should be 25, not 21. That's the same age as required for renting a car. The local contact person, we recommend that be located within 5 miles, not 25 miles. We believe that helps the city provide a faster response time in the event of violations. In terms of the violations, penalties, and revocation provisions should be based on the issuance of clearly defined standards for issuing disturbance advisory cards, called a DAC, or LUGO, rather than allow the revocation of a permit on the basis of a minor violation or as a result of a single NIMBY or crank collar, which can screw the record when there is no clear-cut violation for a DAC or any minor code violation, such as leaving the trash out a few hours beyond the limit. We ask for clarification there. In terms of parking requirements, a minimum one space per property is acceptable and, in fact, is demanded by the short-term lodging guests. However, further parking standards, if any, in the Phase 2 ordinance must be clarified. Occupancy limits are also a bit of a problem as defined in Phase 2 because they're based on codes.
Yeah, you've had a pretty good amount of time, so yeah, if you could finish quickly.
I need a couple more minutes.
No, I'm not going to be able to do that one, Carol. Nine was quite a bit already. Could you wrap it up?
Okay, well, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and we would just ask that you consider the occupancy limits, and we're available. Craig Batley is in the community room and could respond to any questions that you may have on my presentation. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Carol. All right, next caller. I need you to mute what you're listening to and then go ahead.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Teresa Holloway. I am a short-term rental operator, brand new, and I agree with a lot of the other comments made by callers and personal speakers. But I wanted to, and I really liked what Carol McDermott just said, but I'd like to just give a little more personal information and remind the City Council that not all owners are alike. And I think some of the other speakers, like the Caparellis, touched on this. But my situation is my sister and I bought a home with the intention of short-term renting it for a short period of time, and then having our elderly father live there as his last residence. He lives in Spain, but he travels back and forth, and he has asked to die here in Newport Beach in his hometown. So without the income from the short-term rental, we wouldn't be able to afford this solution for him. And I'm hearing this from other speakers too, that there are a lot of unique situations out there. I also agree that there should be an age limit. In my brief time operating this short-term rental, I learned a lot, and I believe it should be 25 years or more. I believe that there should be a 3-night minimum to eliminate partiers and weekend warriors. I think there should be a cap, although I'm not clear on that. I do agree with Craig Wallace that the language of the current ordinance, both Phase 1 and Phase 2, is very negative and really only allows for negative input to the City Council through the dedicated phone line. One thing that I haven't heard is maybe a proposal for a patrol or some type of private security that could monitor and help enforce some of these restrictions. And I am starting to think, after listening to all the input, that maybe all the independent short-term renters and management companies should get together and form some type of an alliance. I know that there's already several alliances for neighborhood groups that are looking to eliminate short-term rentals. So I thank you so much for the opportunity for input, and I look forward to hearing your answers.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. Just for timing purposes, how many more? 2 more. Okay, go ahead. Hi, I need you to mute what you're listening to, and then go ahead.
Hi, my name is Pete Evans, and I operate a short-term rental property on the Little Island of Balboa. And I would appreciate it if you did not extend the time required to be 6 days. The majority of the people I rent to, actually, the variety of time periods, most people are 3 days, sometimes 4, sometimes 2 weeks. But I myself and my wife vacation, and a typical vacation for us is once a year we'll go somewhere for a week. But a lot of times we go to other places for short periods of time because everybody works so hard these days with, you have an iPhone, a computer, you're working 24/7, and we can't afford to go and take multiple weeks off. And so we go for 2-3 days. And so converting that to 6 days would be very harmful to me and my business because a lot of people don't take weeks off, 6 days in October, in September and May and different months. They could do that in June and July, but not even August anymore because schools have started earlier. So the 3-day thing has not been hard for us to adapt running our little business on Balboa Island. I think we're a good operator. We don't have any complaints, and I'd like you to keep it at just the 3 days if possible. Thank you so much. You're all doing a great job. Bye.
Thank you. All right. No more. Okay. Last call in the community room. All right. We'll bring it back. Okay. We're going to start with Mr. Avery, and then we'll go to Ms. Dixon, and then Mr. Herdman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you pull back, at least what I think, I look back at this situation, which we've all been watching for a long time and talking about. We're going through a housing revolution, in this state, and it's certainly impacting us. and it's changing neighborhoods as we've known them. And the state is driving a lot of it. We're just seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. But where I live in an R1 neighborhood, you can now put together a triplex, either in your existing home or build one. And the escalating property values and taxes force people to look for other sources of revenue, and I think that'll be increasingly the case. And people to be able to keep their families in their homes, live where they want to live, are going to be forced more and more to find a way to help their own home drive revenue to support their lives in the place they want to live. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that it creates a lot of friction, and we're seeing that friction now, and it's not going to stop. And obviously, what we're talking about here is, and I've heard this word that we're could be discriminating against STL operators with sort of code enforcement actions. And I don't think that's the case. Could be the case. But my experience has been, even on my quiet little street, there have been noise issues. And I think, obviously, a noise complaint is a noise complaint. It doesn't matter where it comes from, and it needs to be dealt with. And so I think to me, it's sort of all about noise, and parking and trash and the other issues that we hear about are somewhat secondary. Parking is a close second. But the solution, we've heard many people talk about it here, and I've mentioned it before, is a robust and fair, equitable code enforcement operation. And it boils down to dollars. And so the city, I believe, needs to just invest more money in code enforcement people, more money in education. And we need people to respond when someone is feeling the pain of being in their home and they can't enjoy it. Because everyone has the right, the inalienable right, to peacefully enjoy the quietness of their home. And they shouldn't be sitting there at 10 o'clock at night just exasperated. On the other side, people should also, I think, be able to, under what's happening in this revolution, be able to monetize their homes. Because quite frankly, it's just getting further and further away from regular folks to live near the beach unless they have some way of helping to pay for their property. So I think also we've shown we can do that. We can do code enforcement. We can run an operation, and that was the 2011 Lugo ordinance, and we had a real problem in a certain section of Newport Beach up at the west end of the peninsula, and it was a remarkable turnaround that between the police department, code enforcement, and a fine structure, we were able to really go after the bad operators. I've always felt that the majority of short-term rental operators, the vast majority, and of the rental owners, rental operators, are good operators. They care about their properties, they care about their renters, and they care about their neighbors. But we really need to work on the bad operators, people who are not paying much attention to their properties and just letting things roll. And so that's what I believe we need to focus on. And we've shown we can do it. And I think we need to do it again, not just for neighborhoods with STLs, but all neighborhoods, because our whole society is becoming louder. Cars are louder. People are customizing their tailpipes and making lots of noise on PCH. I've gotten lots of complaints about that. Just people feel more empowered to affect the lives of others through the noise they create, and it's wrong. And we need to help neighbors deal with this, and neighbors need to get together and form their own peaceful solutions to the problem. So we just let everybody's got to know what our expectations are, and we've got to be serious about it. And certainly the city has a role in that. We have an important role in that, and we need to support it. And we're obviously getting a lot of income from the STLs and these rental operations, and we need to just put more effort, more money into code enforcement that is not going after people, but educating, and then if we need to, put enough bite on a penalty where it makes a difference. And finally, I'll say that the person that's responsible for all this when it happens is the owner. The owner cannot discharge their responsibilities. So if they are having a problem and they've got multiple citations, they need to maybe get a different real estate agent who's managing it. So, but the buck's got to stop somewhere. It has to stop with the owners of the houses, or the STLs, or even party boats on Newport Harbor. It's the same thing. It's the owners that need to be responsible for their operations. They're operating in our city. They're making income, and we that's totally appropriate. It's fine, but it's unfair to the good operators to get tarred by the bad ones. And so one of our important roles is to help STL operators, people that rent by the month, and homeowners by having enough code enforcement to make a difference. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a reminder, this is a study session, so we're not taking any final action today, but we will be ultimately making recommendations based on consensus to the staff. But I do want to clarify a few items. Mr. Jurgis, if you wouldn't mind coming forward. You talked about the Planning Commission and its action. I guess it was late July. I watched the meeting, and my sense was that it was a different experience listening to the Planning Commission versus our ad hoc committee and the number of meetings that we've had at study sessions and city councils where we have brought the community and the council members along to understand the situation as it exists in Newport Beach. My sense when I was viewing the Planning Commission, there wasn't really in my opinion, wasn't a full understanding of the total scope and depth and breadth of the circumstances that we're dealing with. And so consequently, they voted not on policy, but just on, because it was a procedural requirement that they vote on this, but I don't know if they really fully understood what we're dealing with in the community.
No, I would agree with you, Councilmember Dixon. That, it was just one meeting, one hearing. They haven't spent the 18 months as the ad hoc committee has on the subject, talking to residents. It was just more of a technical issue for them. So, it's one meeting that they just couldn't wrap their arms around it. I think definitely if we spent more time with the Planning Commission, they would, I would say, come around, but that's my personal view. But I would agree, they didn't spend enough time understanding all the backstory on short-term lodging.
And in terms of process and procedure, just to clarify for everyone's edification, we have kind of gone into this nomenclature, Phase 1, which we passed with the new ordinance a few months ago, and Phase 2. But really, it's all part of the ad hoc. We were all looking at all these changes, and we separated it with staff's recommendation, separated those items of improvements that did not require Coastal Commission approval. So that's why we brought this before council. The ad hoc committee brought it before council. And then now the second part 1B, frankly, it's how I interpret it, is that those two aspects, the requirement regarding a night stay and the potential cap, are the two matters that will ultimately go to the Coastal Commission. Is that correct? So many people we've heard today talk about let's let these first Part 1 be implemented, but I believe, as we'll hear in our discussion, that it's really taken in the totality of how we can manage short-term rentals in our community. Is that correct?
That's correct. We, from a staff standpoint, we recommended to bifurcate the ordinances to those that do not have do not need coastal approval, and then to those that would need coastal approval. So we've completed that first part of it, and now we have those elements that we believe coastal will have to review. But we think there'll be support from the Coastal Commission. We understand they'll scrutinize it, but we from Newport Beach, we have the most short-term lodging of any coastal city of our size. So we think there's going to be support from Coastal Commission standpoint if this item were to move forward.
Right. Now, one of the speakers mentioned that the Coastal Commission has ruled that a permit is a property right. Could you please talk about that? or maybe Mr. City Attorney, if you want to, is I think and this was an issue that came up before the Planning Commission. I think we need to clarify once and for all: is a short-term rental permit a property right? Yes or no?
So I'm not familiar with what Coastal Commission is looking at from a property right standpoint, but from the city of Newport Beach, Newport Beach has a permit program. It's in our code. It says you shall obtain a permit. So, and for that permit, there are conditions which the council has adopted and implemented. So it's a conditional permit to operate short-term lodging. It is not a property right. The council can withdraw and take away that permit from the code and not allow short-term lodging to occur. Huntington Beach does not allow short-term lodging. It's not a permitted use. So again, short-term lodging is not a property right.
Is that correct, Mr. City Attorney?
That's correct, Councilmember Dixon. It's an annual permit, so it doesn't vest the person who has one with any type of property right, and what they have is an annual permit that can basically be withdrawn.
But a long-term rental agreement is a property right. Is that my correct understanding?
A long-term rental agreement?
Yes, more than 30 days.
Yes, well, people have, if you have a lease or some type of rental agreement for over 30 days, then you acquire a property right.
That's different. Many people this evening have talked about their current renters or rental companies or rental owners, property owners. And first, let me just say that we're trying to find peace in our community between the residents and the property owners and or property management companies. There's no desire by anyone, have I heard anyone say, we want to put an end to short-term rentals. That is it. Short-term rentals are part of our institutional history, the life in Newport Beach. Short-term rentals are a good thing. We're trying to find a path forward to maintain the quality of life in the neighborhoods where they're really commercial entities are operating within a neighborhood. I just want to clarify for the people who have spoken this evening who are short-term rental property owners, that they think that their permit is going to be taken away. Even with the proposed concept of a cap, whatever that number may be, it is never our desire to eliminate the permit or take away a permit that someone already has, as long as they're paying the fees and the necessary renewals and that type of thing. So just to be clear, for everyone is understanding who is a current short-term rental property owner or who owns a permit or possesses a permit, that permit will not be taken away. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no recommendation to take any permit away from anybody.
Let's talk about enforcement for a moment. We've heard a lot about it. We've gotten a lot of letters about enforcement. I know you and your staff are just getting up and getting these systems, new procedures organized. But at the end of the day, do you think we could do more enforcement and be more responsive to the property owners who actually are seeking help and dealing with peace and quiet in their neighborhoods?
I think that's definitely the goal. We've just started implementing this new ordinance. We want to see how that plays out. We're coming off this peak season. For us, we're a reactive program, so we do need people to call code enforcement to let us know there are issues and there are complaints. I understand from one of the residents, we don't accept photos. We don't accept photos for everything. There are some limited items we can't accept photos. This 24-hour hotline that we're going to roll out here at the end of the month, I believe that's really important for us, because that is going to start tracking data. That's going to help us track data. Right now, if there are late night activities, there's loud noises, I've talked to the police chief, we encourage people to reach out to the police department. We don't have code enforcement in the evening hours right now. So we do encourage, if there are complaints, to reach out to the police department, and the police department will respond. We will have this hotline up and running here at the end of the month, and we can start tracking data better. From there, we'll have a better assessment of how much complaints we have, and that we can actually come back to the city council with, if the council wants a more robust code enforcement plan, we'll have the data to support that.
So just to echo on what you're saying, it was really much to my surprise as we've gone into this to wonder why aren't there more recorded incidents of complaints? But we did not have a code provision in the municipal code, so there is nothing to cite anyone for violating a code, so that's why the records were not there. So with the new code and requirements, that should produce the necessary feedback that is certainly informative. But we've heard only the vast majority of speakers today are the property owners, so they're not going to be affected by this. If they maintain their good operations, life will continue. So no one's going to be affected who spoke today that said, don't take my permit away, because that's not going to happen unless they don't fulfill the requirements of the permit. But it's the enforcement. Now that we have a code, that residents have a means to seek some remedy, some relief to their lost sleep and incursions into their peaceful existence that if they need to call. A couple other things of enforcement, 3-day. Mr. Mosher mentioned a lottery system on the permits. What do you think about that? I hadn't thought about that. Just catching you by surprise on that. I know we haven't thought about it, but what's your thought?
I definitely would like to hear if the council has support for a cap. And what is that cap? And I think the residents that have a permit now, and not to force them into a lottery system where they potentially can lose that permit, I think that's troubling.
Okay. I do want to talk about something that Mr. Avery just brought up, and this is a real situation that all cities, whether they're coastal or otherwise, are going to be experiencing in California, because there are new state laws and there are proposed legislation that may or may not be signed, or it'll come back next year, to significantly alter neighborhoods and single-family neighborhoods in all communities. What we have now, what California is state law now, that you cannot, a homeowner, a property owner, cannot demolish their home, and they cannot scrape an R2, like a duplex, and build a single-family home. So the stated wish of many in the legislature is to eliminate single-family residence. So we have to think as a council, as a city, the potential impact on many levels. And this is really general plan type of discussion, because what is going to happen to our city when a property owner can scrape a single-family resident and build a multi-unit high-rise apartment building? That is coming. And they're trying to do it, and at least it's going to allow a duplex to be placed on, or a quadruplex to be placed on a single-family lot. We know that is happening. What we as a city need to think about in the future, because this is going to happen within the next year to 2 years, with a supermajority in the legislature of members who want to do this, how that affects not only our neighborhoods fundamentally, but short-term rentals. So we will be the state is going to be creating in our very own city multiple new avenues for rentals, for short-term rentals. And I don't have the answer for that. I just see that this train's going pretty fast down the station. Otherwise, also, another statewide issue, and I know you're on top of these issues related to affordable housing. We have our RENA numbers. We've all been talking about this, 4,800, 5,000 units we have to identify. This is going to be an interesting conflict between the California Coastal Commission and the governor, because the California Coastal Commission wants visitor-serving units. This is what a short-term rental is. The governor wants more housing. Every duplex that becomes a short-term rental removes that property from the housing stock. So we as a city need to be mindful that we have to come up with 4,900 identified lots for building housing. And if we are going to allow for the proliferation of short-term rentals without a cap, right now we're at 1,500. Those properties are removed from our housing stock as potential rental apartments. So if we are going to allow this proliferation to occur, we are going to be trying to deal with this conflict. Where are we going to find the housing? We've already allowed them to permit it for short-term rentals. I don't have the answer for that, but we know that train's coming also. So I'm just trying to be thoughtful of the future from a general plan standpoint. We just want to turn over all of our housing to short-term rentals when we're going to have to come up with actual livable housing. So those are conflicts. So thank you for that. You may sit down. Thank you so much. I just want to mention, one more question. I think you have, over the last several years, your department has really identified and eliminated the illegal. Just to answer that question that was out there. You're saying we're not finding the illegal permits too much anymore?
Correct. The illegal units have dropped significantly. If we have any, I would say 10 to 20. It is recurring. We're on top of it. They do pop up every once in a while, but we've dramatically reduced the number of illegals in the city.
Well, that's very good. So just in conclusion, as we go forward, I do believe that the 3-night minimum, and it seems that the professional community agrees with that, would do a lot to eliminate the one-night events. I do continue to support a cap for this reason. Just as I stated a moment ago, our housing needs, short-term rentals take away the universe, the population of apartments that we are going to need to supply for affordable housing. I want short-term rentals to continue. The proliferation, in fact, we had a letter received this afternoon by a property owner who's a short-term rental owner, and he says occupancy levels have more than quadrupled while services have not. That's a very important point. So in the last 4 years with the online platforms, Airbnb, et cetera, that homes have been converted into short-term rentals, but our services, we can't even enforce what we have. And the police impacts, public safety impacts, we've never done any analysis. Someone mentioned an EIR. We should do an EIR also on looking at the impacts that we have in our community by having short-term rentals explode in our community. In fact, this owner has said that there's a lot of incidents. Everybody is citing incidents as they didn't speak tonight, but they have sent lots of letters that there are more people that come, they exceed the occupancy capacity requirements, and we can't enforce that. So I will support the cap. It could be 1,550 where we are, it could go to 1,600, but I think we have to get our arms around this before it's too late. So thank you for indulging me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Herdman.
Okay, I'll try and make this as brief as I can. We want this industry to continue to thrive in our city. It's over 100-year-old tradition. It has never been the intent of the short-term lodging ad hoc committee to eliminate this industry in our city. We want it to thrive and we want it to continue. Mr. Mosier, placing a cap on short-term lodging permits, you say, or I believe you said, places homes that have a permit at a greater value than homes that do not have a permit. I'd like to point out that if we don't place a cap on short-term lodging permits within the city, that the proliferation of short-term lodging permits in our neighborhoods and villages might in fact decrease the value of homes, because the proliferation of them may change the complexion of a village or of a neighborhood or of a street to the point where it is not desirable to live on because of the activity or the inappropriate activity of too many STL permits concentrated in one area. And as far as a lottery system for permits, that's kind of akin to putting all mooring holders on an annual permit program. That would be very difficult for people to be able to manage in terms of the decision on whether or not to purchase a boat. If you don't know that you have a place to moor it on an annual basis, it would be the same for short-term lodging permit holders. I do not consider, and I don't think anyone up here considers, to be short-term lodging a blight on our community at all. And I've already alluded to the reasons why. We want this industry, again, to continue to thrive in our city. As far as the claims that there's no evidence for the need for this committee to have been formed and to come up with amendments to the existing regulation, that just simply isn't the case. We would not have spent first of all, had there not been complaints on the part of the community, the council would not have formed this ad hoc committee. And if we had not formed the ad hoc committee, we would have been irresponsible, as far as I'm concerned, as a council, to not address this issue within our city and to regulate it. I want to say the same thing that Diane said. If you're a responsible STL permit holder, you're going to notice probably no change at all in the way you operate your business. The amended ordinance does add a couple of new requirements for you as a property owner and as a landlord. But if you're a responsible operator like Mrs. Caparelli claims she is, and I'm sure she is, and from the hundreds of people that I have heard from in the last 36 hours in the form of email, again, you're going to notice absolutely probably no difference at all. This boils down to a quality of life issue for the permanent residents in our city. They have a right to be listened to, and they have a right to expect some action on the part of this council when it comes to their quality of life. As far as the 24-hour contact person and being within a 25-mile distance, living within a 25-mile distance from the STL unit, you can be the person. You don't have to assign somebody to do that. You, the property owner, you, the landlord, can be the contact person. And if you live further than 25 miles away, there will be a need for you to designate someone to be the responsible party to respond. Enforcement is pretty much at the bottom of almost every issue in this city that's related to ordinances. We recognize that, and with this program, we plan on doing something about it. I don't see the correlation between what everyone is referring to as phase 1 and phase 2. The only reason the cap and the minimum night stay was pulled out, and Mrs. Dixon just pointed this out, was because they're issues that have to go before the Coastal Commission. There really isn't a phase 1 and a phase 2. We just separated these two issues out because they have to go to Coastal Commission. We've provided an additional opportunity tonight for input from the community and input from the council on these two issues. And hopefully by the end of the study session, we'll have some direction to provide staff on this. My particular position on this is that yes, we do need a cap. And yes, we do need a minimum 3-night stay requirement. Hold on just a minute, I'm sorry. What I see happening over a period of time is that the bad seeds, if you will, those units that are habitually a problem within our city, as a result of the new regulation, are just going to eliminate themselves. And they'll do that by having violations, by committing violations, having citations issued. There's a limit to the amount of citations that can be issued now, and they'll have their permit revoked. And I think just through that process, the bad units and I don't like the word bad, excuse me. The units in our city that are not operating within the ordinance are just going to eliminate themselves. So those of you that are good, responsible people as far as SDL permits and property owners, you've got nothing to worry about with this new ordinance. Absolutely nothing. You're going to be allowed to continue to operate as you have been without any problems at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And real quick before we get to Ms. Brenner, if you're tuning in right now for the 6 o'clock regular meeting, my guess is we'll probably start that at 6:30. So I just want everyone to know that if you're here for the regular meeting, it'll probably start at 6:30. All right, Ms. Brenner.
Okay, I'll try to not be any more repetitive than necessary because my ad hoc committee colleagues have covered it very well. But I do want to emphasize that I think our planning commission was really put at a disadvantage by having to weigh in on this after a couple hours of testimony, because this has been a really extensive and exhaustive process that this ad hoc committee has gone through, and we have revised and changed and listened to. We've met with so many members of the community and the real estate community, and we've met with people that have problems and people that have suggestions for solutions. We have gone back and forth on suggested changes and said, okay, well, maybe that is too much. Let's pull back. If you think this is a more reasonable, then let's look at 3 days. We don't have to have 6 days. So we really, the process has been really exhaustive. And we've been trying to balance the rights of the short-term lodging operators and the long-term owners and residents. And I think the long-term owners and residents get sort of lost in the process a lot of the time, because a lot of these people who've had their homes either a short-term or a long-term, they're banking on the income from their rental units as well. And so we hear a lot from the people who've bought these units and really are dependent upon the income, but our other people that are dependent upon the income are also losing out, and we've heard from so many of those. When you say there've only been a minimum number of complaints, the complaints that we have gotten as a council, either by phone calls or emails or whatever, from people who really have suffered some economic damage or the damage of not being able to peacefully enjoy their own homes, has been really extensive. And so that's why we're aiming for balance on this. And when you say it's a right by the Coastal Commission, we're not trying to take away that right by the Coastal Commission to have short-term lodging, and that's why we aren't proposing banning short-term lodging. But instead, we're looking at how we can get this under control and figure out a way to peacefully coexist before we allow more. That's the reason that we're looking at this cap, because we need to figure out if what we're proposing is working, and if it is allowing people to get along and us to welcome visitors, and if it's not, figure out what we need to do to make sure that it works before we allow any more. The enforcement issue is a critical component, and I don't think we've got that right yet. We are recommending starting with the answering service, but we really need the help of our police department and our code enforcement officers to make sure that we get the bad experiences documented and start to find people that are really abusing this privilege. So that's something that we're going to be working on, and that's why we're asking for this to just stem the tide, because the possibility of 10,000 additional short-term lodging units in Newport Beach is just overwhelming, and I don't think we would be able to handle the complaints that we would get here at Council if we just let this proliferate at a rate that it has. Simone, can you tell us what the rate is? I mean, this has grown so exponentially in such a short period of time.
So from the growth, we have looked at the data. We've grown maybe 50% in the last 6 to 7 years. From our last recession and then the significant growth, well, the online platforms really taken off, and now it's on your phone, not just on your PC. So, in easy 50% growth on the number of permits.
Thank you. And I can understand how corporations that are buying multiple properties and real estate agents that were looking at the potential, like their business plan probably showed that they could make gazillions of dollars within the next 5 to 10 years in Newport Beach if we didn't do anything about it. So I understand how those people are a little bit concerned that we might be putting a cap on this and looking at how it works before, because if we just let it go unregulated and let the numbers grow at the rate they've been growing, we will change our community from a residential community to basically a hotel, just one big hotel and I've gotten so many complaints from people during COVID saying, this is my dream to live in Newport Beach, and this is no fun. I am just miserable here because we can't live with the inconveniences that are being forced upon us, not just short-term rental, but the noise and the lack of enforcement. So enforcement is a critical need for us and something that we're going to have to continue to look at. And I did think it was an interesting suggestion that the 24-hour line include perhaps all nuisance violations. And I think maybe we should look at that and see if that's something that we should incorporate into this in the future. The other idea was that I did really like the 25-year-old minimum for renting these units, and I thought we talked about that, but apparently we didn't get it into the ordinance. We can consider that for the future. The other thing is that I think, Airbnb came up with a no-party policy, and I think, at some point we may have to look at a no-party policy, because if people are renting these short-term rentals just to have a bachelor party or a shower or whatever, and you've got that sometimes twice a week next door to you, it's a big difference between having a long-term neighbor. So there are some things that we are going to need to continue to look at, but this is something that we have worked so hard to come up with, just a really reasonable set of conditions that we'd like to get in place, and then take it to Coastal and explain to Coastal what we're trying to do, that we're not trying to stop it, and get this cap into place until we figure out if it's working. And then if it's working, at some point in the future, we might say we could up that cap. Or if it's not working, we might find additional regulations that we could put into place. But this is really this is a culmination of a lot of work, and we've taken it very seriously, and we've tried to not take any of the comments that we've heard from people for granted or dismiss them. We've tried to really incorporate them into our proposed ordinance. We hope that you understand how much work we've put into this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? I'll say a couple things. So it strikes me that if this was completely reasonable, we probably wouldn't have this many objections tonight. And you're seeing a lot of folks right now whose livelihoods, whose incomes, and who are Newport residents, and they're able to afford and live in our city because of this industry, are coming out and objecting tonight. And so I also understand the concerns that they've voiced, which is the language that this council has used in our preambles enacting our most recent changes was particularly harsh against this industry. And it's an industry that, as Mr. Herdman pointed out, has been around for a century or more. And it's been something that has always been on Peninsula. It's always been on the island. And a lot of it seems to me, actually, on the island in particular, people are starting to kind of convert those back into homes. I'd love to know what the stat is on the island, whether we're seeing an uptick or a decrease on areas like that. The concern I've got is, as I'm listening to this, I'm sure that there are more complaints as we've been going through. The issue on that 84 number, it wasn't complaints, it was citations. And when we're trying to figure out how to regulate a massive industry that's existed for a century, I would kind of assume that we'd have a lot more data to be able to show. I'd assume that we'd be able to actually do an evidence-based approach here that says that these specific this number of citations have been given out. Boy, we've seen a real uptick. We don't have that. I haven't seen it, and I'd love to know it. And the problem is that if we don't have the evidence-based approach to regulate and pass fairly sweeping regulations that we are not confident that the Coastal Commission would even approve, I'm concerned about that. And I watched the Planning Commission meeting. They weren't confused. They just didn't agree. And I think there's a huge difference there. Having our Planning Commission disagree, it's okay. We've overridden our Planning Commission before, but I think it's wrong to say that they didn't understand this. They did. They just didn't agree. So I think at this point, we're at that point where we passed some fairly sweeping new regulations in place. We're going to have a 24-hour call up and running soon enough, and if the complaints are valid and vetted out, then they'll result in citations, and we can see how this new sweeping regulation that we put in place will play out. But I think we've got to, and I'll just say on a side note, one of the other things that we've been we haven't seen also is an economic analysis. I know some of the public speakers talk to that as a question mark. It's a valid question, because if we've got $4 million or so in TOT coming from the short-term lodging industry, multiplied out into sales tax, and also they're obviously paying property taxes on top of all of that. And if this is driving an increased value in the property taxes, then we're seeing an increase there. $4 million plus, an increase in sales and otherwise, if we're seeing a push that would cause an economic hit to any of that, I'd like to see that analysis, because one of the things that Gary Sherwin over at Visit Newport Beach has done a really good job of explaining to us and the public constantly is that, the summer in Newport, it's a beautiful place. We have a lot of people who come here, and a lot of the folks that we see bring in the tourism dollars end up paying for essentially the 3 or 4 months of traffic and congestion and frustration, pay essentially for the 9 months of our police services, the rest of the year. We see how this industry plays out, and we're not about to go try to push back on this in a way that causes us to not be able to provide the services for the rest of the year that we're able to provide because of an industry like this one. So there is a balancing, of course, there's a balancing, but I'd like to see more data before I would start pushing back aggressively. Mr. Muldoon.
Your staff knows how I feel, but essentially.
Could you, Mike?
By the way, it feels like we're in the back of the classroom, Duffy and I. We're throwing spitballs and we're cracking jokes. But I lean towards less regulation, and I would either want to continue this till there's a better time to make changes in the economy, or outright move on without these proposals. Thank you.
All right. Okay, seeing none, no more discussion. I think if I understand it correctly, Mr. Georges, what you're looking for tonight is basically a straw poll to figure out moving forward. And the only two items that you're asking for is a 3-night minimum, and then the cap on the number of permits. Okay. All right. Seeing no further discussion, we're going to take a straw poll on those 2 items. So if you'd like staff to come back and bring forward a 3-night minimum, go ahead and raise your hand.
That would be everyone except for Mayor O'Neill and Councilmember Muldoon.
Okay. And then was it 1550, Mr. Georges? Okay. If you're interested in seeing a cap of 1550 permits, go ahead and raise your hand.
Everyone except Mayor O'Neill, Council Members Duffield and Muldoon. Okay,
so since that straw poll came back, there is the matter of how we would actually define a transfer, and I think that's fairly important for us to kind of work through. So, for example, man, I could come up with a handful of them. Do you have any, Mr. Harp, that off the top of your head to kind of work through as you're working through the language?
So I think the most important ones are, would you allow interfamilial transfers? If someone passes away, can it be transferred to their heirs? If someone purchases the property, does it transfer to the new owner? Those are probably the 3 biggest ones.
I heard 2 there. Sorry. I heard familial and then sale of the property.
Or heirs. Because they may not be family members.
Okay. Family, heirs, and so if here's the question. So let's say we hit the cap and there's 1,550 permits issued, and so we're not issuing any more new permits. The question is whether any of those 3 that were just listed are considered new permits, or whether they would be able to still transfer. So let's say we have 1,550 and we have a wait list of anything. It doesn't matter how many. And someone dies who owns the permit. Are they able to transfer that permit to an heir or a family member without it being considered a new permit? Yeah. And all right, I'll tell you what. We'll do a straw poll on that one. So if you say yes, raise your hand.
It's permitted to transfer.
Yes, that person would be able to transfer to an heir or a family member. I'm going to just combine those two, Mr. Harp, heir or family member. And then the other,
Hold on, Mayor, for error family member, everyone except for Councilmember Brenner.
Okay, and then the next question is let's say that I'm going to use my house because you can't short-term lodge. You can't get a permit in my house, but I'm going to do it hypothetically. No, you can't. No. We're not expanding. So anyway, let's say that let's say I own a short-term lodging permit. I'm going to sell my house. Am I able to transfer the short-term lodging permit along with the sale of that house?
I think that's what we just said.
No, just to come back for a second, the difference is if a person dies, can they essentially will their permit to a person who is heir or family or however
But overall
you transfer.
transferability, I think that's what we're talking
And so the overall transferability question is, if a person were to sell a piece of property that currently has a short-term lodging permit associated with it, can that person transfer the permit along with the property? That's the question. So if your answer is yes, go ahead and raise your hand. Transfer or sign. Yeah, however the language is going to show up in a statute.
Everyone, yes, except for Councilmember Brenner.
Okay. All right. If further questions come up, we can bring it forward at the time that we bring it forward. But any?
I have another suggestion if you want. We did have Councilmember Brenner talked about.
All right. Just make sure you're speaking to the mic.
Excuse me, about the age limit, and this has something we probably wish we would have addressed earlier. But if we're adding to a list to improve, we go to the minimum age of 25. I would propose.
Can we, just to be clear, Mr. Harp, would we be able to straw poll that right now? Minimum age requirement?
Yes.
We could. Okay. All right. If you think that someone should be at least 25 years, at least 25 or over 25? Sorry, at least 25. All right. If you think that someone needs to be at least 25 years old to be able to rent a short-term lodging, go ahead and raise your hand.
Just like to state, if you can die for our country, you can have a good time.
Yeah.
That would be Mayor Pro Tem Avery, Councilmember Dixon, Brenner, and Herdman saying yes.
All right. Okay. All right. To everyone who came out tonight, really appreciate your coming out and testifying. And this will be coming back for further consideration at council. Okay. I thought we'd probably be there. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. We're not done yet. So our next item is it's called public comments on closed session. I will say real quickly, we're going to bump our closed session to the next meeting. We're just not going to have time for it right now. And but that being said, we'll open it up for public comments on non-agenda items. Does anyone have any public comments on non-agenda items, or agenda or non-agenda?
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosier. If I had a comment about the closed session, if it does come, the closed session item that was announced has to do with a city-owned property, which was formerly the West Newport Beach Community Center. I would suggest the way that it's been noticed for this meeting is very opaque. It just says you will be meeting to instruct negotiators as to a price or terms of payment. If it comes back on your next agenda, I would suggest it would be very easy to say, if that is the case, that it's to instruct the negotiators about an adjustment to the rent or the terms of payment, because the property is currently under a 10-year lease. If it's about an adjustment to the rent or when the rent will be paid, it would be easy to say that. If the item is about a possible sale of the property and a price for the sale, it would be easy to say that. However, if it is about a sale, I believe the council should publicly discuss whether it's desirable to sell the property before talking about the price. And then I have a comment that I would like to make about agenda item Roman numeral 13, which is where you're going to discuss voting to put things on a future agenda. Two of those items involve measures on the November ballot. You are going to be asked to direct staff to spend city resources coming up with arguments about those ballot propositions. One, to find arguments to justify the city being against one, the other to be in favor of the other. The law allows cities to conduct and publicize the results of an impartial analysis of how a proposition affects a city. It does not allow a city to use taxpayer money to tell voters whether they should vote yes or no. This is telling the staff to come up with a particular answer. We oppose this. Why do we oppose it? The answer is predetermined. It sounds like city resources were being used for electioneering. I think that's improper, and I think you should consider that when you consider voting to put these on an agenda. I do not think they should be on a future agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any other public comment on agenda or non-agenda? All right, any calls? All right, we'll go to the phone. Hi, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Matthew Hooray. I live on Babel Island. I just wanted to call and see what we can do about reopening the boardwalks on Babel Island. I know that Orange County has moved to red tier today, and Newport Beach would actually be in yellow tier if it was done by city, with an only 1.2% positive rate of COVID. The alleys are crowded and dangerous now with people running, walking their dogs, cars going both ways. Summer's over, the crowds are gone, and we'd like to see some people's faces instead of their backs. And I want to see what everyone has to say about that.
All right, thank you. Any other calls? All right, I saw we had one in the community room, so go ahead. Yep, go ahead.
Oh, there I am. Hello. My name is Sylvia Santana, and I live over here in Newport, over by the Back Bay, and there's currently a project underway that's called the Newport, it's called Big Canyon Coastal Habitat Restoration and Adaptation Project. So this project is right underneath my balcony. It's taking place. And I have another one of my neighbors here. And we're here to ask for a second look at this project. They are sawing and bulldozing many trees, and there's a big empty patch, and I believe that it needs to have a little more oversight. I've read some of the material on the website. I've seen some of the YouTube video that they had for the kickoff, and I believe there is a huge impact on our residents that enjoy the park the way it is. We have been home. Some of us lost our jobs. Some are working from home. And part of our outlet was being out on the trails. And now it's getting destroyed. Maybe for Back Bay Conservancy, it's not destruction. But if anyone can come and look at the empty patch, it's not even a patch, it's acres of no trees now. And the gentleman, Bob Stein, who's the project manager, mentioned to one of the neighbors, who's an owner of like 8 units, that he didn't see any wildlife in that canyon. And I'm here to tell you as a resident, that is part of the beauty of that canyon, including the pepper trees that they say they're only removing. I am asking for it to stop and for someone to come take a second look. You know, this Back Bay and the canyon, they meet. It's not an unusual situation. It happens all over the world. But people don't just tear out trees. And the other thing is,
can she hear
as
me?
this, they describe this Brazilian pepper tree as a horrible tree. And it's not a horrible tree. Oh, it's not a horrible tree.
Hi. Yeah, so we've hit 3 minutes. If you could wrap up.
Okay, I'll wrap it up. Okay, so it impacts the wildlife. It impacts the residents. We have many schools in the area. And where are the animals going to go?
All right. Thank you very much.
One more person.
Okay.
Good to see you all again, at least at a distance this time. It's been a while. I've been in Newport 40-some years, close to 50, living in the East Bluff area for the last 20 or so. I think the last time we had a chance to be here for you all in City Council was, if you all remember, the puppy mill problems and the, so to speak, protests that we had over on Coast Highway. So it has been a while. I'm not a frequent visitor here. But Sunday morning, I went out on the balcony with my cup of coffee before church and looked out, and instead of trees, I saw dirt. And I always had been under the impression that the Back Bay area, it's been referred to in several different commentary. Some people refer to it as the Big Canyon Coastal Habitat Restoration and Adaptation Project. Well, that's a mouthful. I always knew it as a bird sanctuary. And for the last 30 years or so, I'd been told that the property had been given to Newport Beach by someone well-to-do, and that it was to remain as it is for perpetuity. Sadly, that's not what we see outside the balconies today. I did go online, started to do some research. What I find is most confusing. Some data says one thing, some says another. I'd like for at least some clarification from you all to be able to portray not only what has been removed so far, but what is planned to be removed over the next few weeks or in the near future. I hope that some trees are going to remain. I really don't feel that the value on the properties that are there that we've paid for were meant to look upon nothing but a bunch of dirt and mud. So please help us. As I said again, a little greenery never hurts anybody's day, and it would be nice. Just in summary, we're finding out that there's a lot of noise associated with the removal that's disconcerting as well. We're getting snakes and different insects, one a yellow scorpion that I'd never seen before. I guess with the dirt movement and the vibrations and whatever's there has been coming out and coming up on the property adjoining it where we are. I do feel a bit sorry for the wild animals that are down there. They're going to be losing their cover and what have you. So, and again, as I said, I was always told that was a bird sanctuary. And if we're not going to have any trees, I don't know what that's going to do to help the bird population. Those wild indigenous species that a lot of people do come to Newport to visit and see. So,
all right.
Anyway, thank you all very much. And we'd like to hear back from you all in the near future.
All right. Thank you very much. All right. Any other speakers? Okay. Oh, yes, we do. All right.
Hi. Yes. I wanted to speak about that subject as well. I've been living in that area for 9 years, and I've been going to that forest almost every single day. And I have taken into account what the Newport Bay Conservancy is saying, and I guess I'm just trying to say, as someone who lives there and goes to that forest every single day, those trees were providing value, and I think that there might be a way to save some of the trees. I understand if it needs to be thinned out, or if they want to create more space for the native shrubbery, but there is quite a lot of native shrubbery, and parts of the forest already did the damage that the pepper trees do. And now they're giving a tremendous amount of CO2 for our air. They're keeping the temperature cool. They're giving us a beautiful space to go and be in nature. And all I'm asking is that, every single day that goes by, 20 or 30 trees are cut down. There's something like 400 or 500 trees down there. We do have a chance to possibly rethink this and look at it from a holistic view of trying to do what's best for the water, but also trying to value the trees. And so I'm just asking that you would take it seriously, because every day that goes by, more and more of the forest is going. And I just want to see if there's some way to save some of the trees and do what you guys are trying to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? All right. Okay. Last one. No? Oh, okay. All right. It's currently 6:37. We need to get some sustenance into us for the rest of the meeting. So, at this point, might as well just start at 7. Yeah. All right. We're going to start the regular meeting at 7. So we'll stand in recess until then. Thank you. All right. Welcome back to the regular meeting of September 8th, 2020. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
The record will reflect that all council members are present.
All right. Because we moved our closed session to the next meeting, there's no closed session report. At this time, I'd like everyone to stand for the invocation led by Councilmember Brenner, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Dixon.
Let us all be still for a moment as we call upon the all-loving God of our understanding that is always within us. Together we turn within to that sacred place in our hearts where only love resides, and we allow the power and presence of God's divine will to infuse our minds and conversations with only the highest and best words and actions. We know that it is God's good pleasure to bring forward perfect solutions, encouraging loving kindness and collaboration expressing through us all. As each of us is born in the image and likeness of God, we remember the meaning of this truth, that beyond our name, age, gender, religion, or stature in life, our essence is that of eternal, immutable, holy goodness. We are endowed with the divine duty to bless everything and everyone. And so we take this moment to bless this meeting, knowing that in God all things are possible, that life is elegantly supportive and cooperative. It is from this place of divine intelligence that we bless these proceedings with God's eternal light of peace, wisdom, and inspiration. Only that which is for the highest good is effortlessly revealed tonight. We allow God to direct, guide, uplift, and connect us to only those solutions that ensure wellness, goodness, and prosperity for all, in deep and abiding appreciation, knowing that when we get out of the way, God efforts not in the creation of good. We faithfully allow it to be, and so it is. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in saluting the flag of our great nation. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Madam Clerk.
The City Council of Newport Beach welcomes and encourages community participation. Public comments are generally limited to 3 minutes per person to allow everyone to speak. Written comments are encouraged as well. The City Council has a discretion to extend or shorten the time limit on agenda or non-agenda items.
All right. Now is the time for City Council announcements and oral reports from City Council on committee activities. It would also be the time to ask for items to be placed on a future agenda under A1. We'll start with Mr. Duffield.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to let everyone know, as they already know, that the weekend on the harbor was absolutely as packed with people that you could possibly. I've never seen that many boats in the Trump Parade ever. And I just want to commend everyone in our city who is involved with protecting us with that, lifeguards, police, fire, everyone. And our new harbor department was there. And we need to know that they did a good job, and they need to grow and get a little bigger, because obviously the demands of that harbor are spectacular now. We know it. We've seen it. And I just wanted to commend everybody that we got through it safely, and that's a big deal for us. So congratulations on everybody who was involved with that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. As many of you know, the county was moved from purple to red, and that's actually a good thing. It's a little confusing how that system's set up by the state for the COVID stages. And so it allows our schools to open up in 2 weeks, which is essentially the 22nd. We have a next city council meeting. So just so to be sure that we coincide with the opening of the schools, I'd like to A1, total opening of our parks and playground equipment. I've heard reports that some is being disregarded and some equipment is still locked or put off limits, but I think now is more than the appropriate time to allow children to return to school and to play on the playgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Herdman.
Yeah, the last couple of weeks have been a little busier than before. The Tidelands Water Quality Committee meeting met for the first time since last March. We had a virtual meeting. It went really well. We had an update on a project we've been working on now for almost 3 years, which is the design and installation of the trash wheel that's going to be at where the San Diego Creek empties into Upper Back Bay, close to Fletcher Jones up there. We had a report on that project, the status of it, where we are, the funding, the design, and we're anticipating that project to be completed by March of 2021. Airport always takes up a lot of my time. We had another airport task force meeting that Representative Ruda has organized with the FAA. We had our second meeting with them. I attended another meeting that was organized by Representative Ruda just this last week. Involved myself, Steve Rosansky from the Chamber of Commerce, Dave Webb, our Director of Public Works, and 2 members of the Coastal Commission. We met over on the beach on the peninsula, and we talked about sea level rise. Harley was interested in hearing our city's response to sea level rise, and we were interested in hearing his response to sea level rise and what he has planned. Technical Departure Subcommittee met. And I guess the big news that comes with the airport at this point in time is that the Board of Supervisors let the contract to 2 full-time FBO operators and 1 half-time FBO operator And the city of Newport Beach has been actively lobbying the Board of Supervisors to include language within the leases that have a direct impact on quality of life issues for the people that live in Newport Beach and are affected by noise from the airport. We've been successful in a couple of areas. We've been unsuccessful in 3 areas, so our lobbying will continue. Our lobbying of the Board of Supervisors will continue up until September 15th, when these leases are scheduled to receive final approval from the Board of Supervisors. So that's about it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brenner.
Seems like most of my time recently has been dealing with complaints on traffic and loud vehicles in Corona Del Mar primarily. And so we had a District 6 Town Hall meeting on August the 27th at 5 p.m. We had over 90 people on the line with us. We had Damon Soros, the traffic division chief for the Newport Beach Police Department. We had Dave Webb from our Public Works, Simone Jurgis from Community Development, and Tony Brine, who's our traffic engineer for the city. They delivered presentations about what we're dealing with and about the possibility of some solutions. We've got a lot of citizens that are very active in trying to figure out what we can do to solve some of these problems we're dealing with. We've got one committee that's very concerned with residential parking permits. We've got another committee that's very concerned about potentially one-way streets in Corona Del Mar, and we've got almost everyone upset about loud vehicles. So we got to hear a lot of information from our city staff, and Damon informed us that the Newport Beach PD has really been focused on these loud vehicles, and something like 150 citations had been issued for these loud vehicles just in our area within the last couple of weeks before he was speaking. So, and he assures me that they are continuing, certainly not just in Corona Del Mar, but I'm encouraging our residents to call when they come in south of town, because then by the time they get north of town or they get out on MacArthur, then the police have a chance to actually intercept them and give them a ticket. And so the phone number that Damon gave me for us to call in, Chief Lewis assured me that we should be calling in when we're hearing these loud vehicles, that we're not bothering them, because I was very concerned about that. But if he has a traffic officer in the area and we hear a loud pot of motorcycles coming in south of town, then possibly by the time they're going north on PCH, they can intercept them at some point. So the phone number they gave me for citizens to call is 644-3717. And this presentation was recorded, and it is on our city website. We also have it on the CDM Residents Association website and the CDM Chamber website. And we also have a group that is continuing. We're going to be doing a survey of Corona Del Mar residents to find out how they feel about these things. I emphasize that we're not moving forward with the possibility of one-way streets unless we have a significant majority of our citizens that really want us to do that. And we're also doing the same thing with residential parking. So we have formed a subcommittee that is developing a survey that we'll be mailing out to all of our residents about that, and working with our city staff moving forward on those issues. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Ms. Dixon.
A couple of things just to follow up on Mr. Herdman and let me take my thing off here. The General Aviation Improvement Plan, as he mentioned, all residents will be hearing about the city's efforts encouraging residents to write to the Board of Supervisors. All these communications will now start coming forward in various city information packs. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Friday's Stu News may have been in today's Stu News. It wasn't today's. I haven't had a chance to read it. Will be encouraging. There will be an op-ed. There is an op-ed in Stu News to encourage residents to write to our Board of Supervisors. As Mr. Herdman said, There's a lot of good, but we're not done yet, and it's important that we make clear to the supervisors that we want certain key points included in the lease agreements. It's not complicated, just that listen to Newport Beach, and they'll get the message. And we'll, Mr. Muldoon and Mr. Herdman and I will be meeting with the Board of Supervisors individually over the next several days. So that's good news. Number 2, I want to thank our public safety forces. They were out in full force this past weekend. I have not yet heard the statistics of how many, do you know off the top of your head how many visitors we had? There were a lot. But the sirens were going pretty much, I don't know if they were fire trucks or police cars, but the sirens were going all day long and into the evening. So I know our public safety personnel were very busy keeping us safe. So thank you for that. An announcement, I will have a town hall, a Zoom virtual town hall next Monday, September 14th at 5:30 p.m. And there's been communications out on that, so I encourage anyone who's interested in District 1 communications. It's my first town hall. Those of you know that I love having town halls, but because of virtual, we haven't had one, so now we will. Ms. Brenner's reminded me how important those are, so I will get back on track. I want to propose an A1 item to have a resolution by the City of Newport Beach to announce its commitment to end child marriage in California and calling specifically for 18 no exceptions law. Many cities are passing this ordinance or resolution. Irvine passed it unanimously, Anaheim passed it unanimously, and other cities are doing the same. So more to come on that, but I'd like to A1 that item, please. Thank you, and that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Avery.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the board meeting for the Orange County Sanitation District.
Okay. Let's see, we've got a slide for my first one. While this is coming up, for a recreation update, our fall program registration opened on September 1st with 700 participants enrolled in the first 2 days. Recreation Senior Services offering more than 100 in-person outdoor programs and online classes for families of all ages and interests. The community's response has been overwhelmingly enthusiastic about the variety of program offerings in a safe and fun environment. Some highlights include surfing, adult and youth tennis, preschool classes, karate, and theater. New this fall is Rec Recess, created for students to take a break from distance learning. Thank you, by the way, with in-person recreation programs. We have a variety of classes in the area of athletics, art, dance, language, science, and water sports to keep your kids having fun all week long. For more information and to register, visit newportbeachca.gov/recreation, and programs, as you can imagine, are filling quickly, so do not delay. All right, we'll move into next agenda item, which is matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda. These are non-debatable. I'll read through each one, and if you'd like to consider it at a future meeting, please raise your hand. The first is consideration of an emergency ordinance to enforce state guidance on face coverings by administrative citation. If you would like to see this brought back, please raise your hand. Okay.
That was, no one raised their hand.
Item number 2 is consideration of opposing Prop 15. If you'd like to see this brought back, please raise your hand.
It's Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Avery, and Council Members Muldoon, Duffield, and Dixon.
Okay. Item number 3, consideration of ways to expand the Newport Beach Municipal Code to address code violations, including short-term lodging, fireworks, and noise complaints. If you'd like to see this, please raise your hand.
That'd be Council Members Dixon, Brenner, and Herdman.
Okay. Item number 4, consideration of supporting Proposition 20.
That would be Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Avery, and Council Members Dixon, Duffield, and Muldoon.
Okay. And item number 5, resolution to express the City Council's appreciation of the Newport Beach Fire Department for all the mutual aid provided during 2020. If you'd like to see this, please raise your hand.
That is unanimous.
All right, we'll move into public comments on, we'll move into the consent calendar. Madam Clerk.
This is the time in which council members may pull items from the consent calendar for discussion. Those are items 1 through 13. Public comments are also invited on consent calendar items. Speakers must limit comments to 3 minutes. Before speaking, please state your name for the record. If any item is removed from the consent calendar by a council member, members of the public are invited to speak on each item for up to 3 minutes per item. All matters listed under consent calendar are considered to be routine, will all be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. Council members have received detailed staff reports on each of the items recommending an action. There will be no separate discussion of these items prior to the time the City Council votes on the motion unless members of the City Council request specific items to be discussed and are removed from the consent calendar by separate action.
All right, Council, now is the time to poll, declare conflicts, or state a vote. Mr. Duffield. Mr. Muldoon.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, on item number 7, I have a conflict due to street lights project could use underground.
Okay.
Fire employment telecom.
Mr. Herdman?
I have none.
Ms. Brenner? Ms. Dixon?
I have none.
Mr. Avery? I need to lodge a recusal on item number 9, given family relationship to someone over in the Huntington Beach Police Department. With that, do you have a motion, Mr. Avery?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I move the balance of consent calendars items 1 through 13. With no items pulled and recusals from council members Muldoon on item 7, Mayor O'Neill on item 9, and an amendment on item 1, the minutes.
Okay. At this time, we'll go to public comment on the consent calendar. Do we have any public comment in the community room?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Nancy Scarborough. I have a question, well, actually, it's a comment, I guess, on item number 8 regarding the fire trucks for Pierce Manufacturing. I have no questions as to whether or not we need those. I do have a question about the purchase terms. I'm wondering if the purchasing, in order to purchase these, you're being asked to approve tonight a prepayment with a 3% discount. That means we would be paying $1.6 million immediately, and the trucks will not be ready for a year or more. I'm wondering if the finance department would make more income if we retained that money and paid for those at the end of the year. Also, by paying in advance, we'd have to purchase a $3,500 performance bond. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comments in the community room? All right, do we have any calls? We have 5 calls on consent. Okay. Make sure you mute what you're listening to and go ahead.
Hi, yes, my name is Doyle Borden, and I have comments about the signs on Balboa Island Walkway.
Okay, so that will be essentially that would be the next item to come up, which would be the public comments on non-agenda. Right now, we're only talking about the consent calendar.
Okay, so should I be put on hold for that?
Can we, if you hang up and then hang on, how are we going to do this? Because if we can't really tell.
I've been on hold for
right?
like 40 minutes already.
Yeah, no. Trust me, you're going to get on. I'm just trying to figure out how to make sure you get on. Hang on, Doyle, just hang on 1 second. Let me just figure this one out.
Sure.
So, I'm going to go on a limb and guess that maybe all 4 or all 5 are not going to be on consent. Do I just basically say call right back after this item is done, and then we just make sure we give them a buffer so they can call right back? Yeah, that's how we have to do it. Okay. So, all right. I'll tell you what. Why don't you just wait? If you could just hang up and then call back when I call the next item. I'll make sure we give some time to make sure you get back on the line.
Okay.
All
that
right.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. All right.
You'll announce it.
I will. I promise. And then I'll
right,
wait because I recognize the technology. This is the world we get to live in right now. I'll make sure we take care of that. All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Hi. Are you calling on the consent calendar?
This is Dorothy Krause,
Mayor, and I'm wondering if I could speak to matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda.
You can if you call back on the next item, which is the non-agenda. Even though that's fine. We'll just.
No, that's okay. I'll call back. That's
Okay.
not a problem.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Mhm.
Hi, are you calling on the consent calendar?
Hi, I was calling to make comments about the signs on Balboa Island.
Got it. Okay. So right now we're on consent calendar. If you wouldn't mind hanging up and then just listening for us to call the next item, which is the public comments on non-agenda items, we'll make sure we get
Okay.
you on as soon as you call back.
So when they announce that, we call again?
Yeah, I will announce that. So, and I'll make sure that I give you a little bit of time because I know there's about a 30-second delay between the. Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
That was the last one. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Hi, are you calling about the consent calendar?
Hello?
Hi. Yeah, are you calling about the consent calendar?
I am.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
I'm calling about the Balboa Island walkways.
Oh,
and the
hang
signs
on.
the
That's not quite the
lampposts.
consent calendar. Sorry. Right now we're just dealing with a specific item that's we call our consent calendar. The next item up is actually going to be the public comments on non-agenda items. So as soon as the system hangs up, just listen for the next item and then call in and we'll make sure we get you on. Okay. Awesome.
So we're watching live. So we'll just wait and we'll call again when we think the appropriate time.
Yeah, it'll be very soon. I promise. We're gonna vote as soon as. Okay. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Oh man, I'm looking forward to getting in person again.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
All right. Anyway, all right. Let's bring it back. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Sorry, there was no second?
Oh, there wasn't a second. All right. We'll go second by Mr. Muldoon. Yes. Okay. Cool. All right. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right. Let's vote.
Prior to reading the vote, I'll read the ordinance title for item 3, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach, granting the 2020 non-exclusive franchise agreements for commercial solid waste and vertible materials handling services within the City of Newport Beach. The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
Great. All right. So we will we'll go ahead and move into the next item, which is public comments on non-agenda items. So if you are listening live and would like to call in on this item, go ahead. Sorry about that. And then do we have any public comments on non-agenda items from the community room first?
Good evening. I'm Huayan Yip. My public comment has two parts. The second part is a video, so I hope the speaker will be working. September is Coastal Cleanup Month. And I think everybody knows that part of the new normal is just a lot of this plastic trash everywhere. You probably also heard from staff about this too. And when it starts to rain, that will be a real problem for us. You know that too. Some people say we should organize a cleanup by council members. So you will get to see firsthand how much worse this got. So I would just say maybe we can all join staff for cleanup. It will be fun. It's actually really fun. 8 months ago, the Water Quality Committee sent a trash and a toxics reduction ordinance to city attorney. That was a result of our continuous research and discussions since 2017. Our goal has always been clear that it must be a win-win for all. So even though this only costs pennies, we want our restaurant to have a little gain. However, the political will was only inching forward on a zigzag pattern. So it has been quite a while. Do we deserve an answer from council what your plan really is? For now, I would like to show the YouTube. Thank you.
Who doesn't love takeout food? It's convenient, easy, most of the time delicious. But with every order, there's just a lot of stuff that comes with the meal. Look, here's what I got when I ordered Thai. This is for my breakfast this morning. And this is all the stuff you get with one of those meal delivery kits. Some of it you can recycle. Some of it is compostable. But a lot of it, well, I really don't know. And all this waste, it isn't just a problem we can solve with recycling alone. These little containers and wrappers may not seem like a big deal, but in the US, packaging makes up the largest category of municipal waste. On top of that, single-use items make up another 10% of all our discards. And this kind of mindless consumption has a really big impact on climate change. Roughly 29% of our nation's greenhouse gas emissions come from the way we make, consume, and dispose of stuff. That's more than the emissions that come from heating our homes or driving around in our cars. It takes a lot of energy and resources to produce single-use items. These things we use only for a few minutes or even a few seconds before they become trash. And when single-use items go into a landfill, all that paper and plastic is destroyed. And so we have to go out there and...
Great, thank you. If you'd like us to see the rest, you can certainly send us the link. All right, any other public comment in the community room? All right, we'll go back to the phones. Hopefully we've got at least 3. Okay, good. All right. Hi, so please mute what you're listening to and then go ahead.
My name is Stephanie Riggs.
Okay.
And I'm just calling to voice my opinion about the signage coming down on Balboa Island. I just feel like there's only a 1.2% positive rate, and I just think it's not crowded anymore. And honestly, I just miss seeing people's faces. I feel like if people want to wear a mask, then great. But anyway, I just want the island back. And then it does concern me that there's a garage sale coming up too. But anyway, I just feel like there's not any other neighborhoods restricted, and I just feel like it's time to be able to get the island back. So anyway, thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. Who are the next speaker? Hi, go ahead.
Hi, Mayor O'Neill and council members. This is Dorothy Kraus calling. I'm calling regarding matters which council members have asked to be placed on a future agenda.
Yes, go ahead.
Specifically, I'm calling in about consideration of putting opposing or supporting propositions as requested by you, the mayor, and council members Dixon and Muldoon on a future agenda. I am deeply concerned that you're using taxpayer dollars to what looks like advancing personal political agendas. And I say this with all due respect to all of you. But frankly, I'm very surprised by this and disappointed that some of you council members who support placing these 2 propositions on a future agenda. Is this even legal? So I just want to say I oppose and do not support the city taking a position on these 2 propositions or any proposition. Please don't go down this path. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker. Hi, so make sure you mute what you're listening to and then go ahead.
Hi, yes, this is Doyle Morden once again, and this is in regards to the signs.
Yep, go ahead.
Oh, on Balboa. Okay, great. I heard some feedback. So anyway, so I would ask that you guys have them taken down For many different reasons, but number one, they're useless. We have so many people that use both sides anyway. It's pretty much unenforceable, and it actually is ugly. The signs are ugly. It takes away from the beauty and the magic of this area. And when you have all the side streets, even Marine Avenue, and the sidewalks are significantly smaller and people are walking both ways, it doesn't really even make sense to try to do it on the other as well, on the main ocean front. So my request would be if you guys would take those down. I think it would make the place a little bit nicer. And I, like the previous caller said, I enjoy watching the smiling faces of people as we all enjoy the island. So thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please. Hi, go ahead.
Hi.
Hi. Yep, go ahead.
I'm watching. Hi, I'm watching live, but I was supposed to mute it if I'm on. So should I mute it or?
Yes, please.
Hello?
Hi, yeah, so mute what you're watching, and then when you're ready, go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, yep, go ahead. Can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi, yes, go ahead.
Okay, hi. I'm a longtime Balboa Island resident, and I own my home. My husband and I and our family, we've raised our kids here. I'm just calling to support the taking down the signs from the city on the bayfront. And I have quite a few reasons, but mainly where I live, I am forced to go down an alley to get home from Marine, and it's a persnickety spot, and I have a very busy alley and a narrow boardwalk. And so the way that the signs have gone, so I've complied, and it's fine, and I understand. But mainly, my alley's busy, but I think now might be a very good time for the signs to come down and to give people the, I don't know the right word, but the opportunity to just be as courteous as we all have been, and there's fewer visitors on the island. And I think we can all live without the intrusive, 2 by whatever they are, wrong ways and so on the lampposts at least. I can see the city wanting to put them maybe where the boardwalk the alleys hit the boardwalk, because they always seem to navigate their traffic that way. But for some reason during COVID, they wanted to stick them on every sign, on every lamppost. But also mainly, that's my personal thing, but I also think just as a higher level view is I believe that people are respectively, keeping distance from one another, and people are polite. And I think people stand aside and say hello through their masks, and they move. They're courteous to one another. So I don't think that this big, bold command is necessary anymore. So as somebody that grew up here, owns here, knows everybody and loves everybody here, I believe that Balboa Island doesn't need to be isolated and held out to the standard anymore. We need to kind of go with Cronamar and the peninsula and every place else that has all the visitors and people that are doing their thing and complying. And we need to revisit this mandatory obedience of doing this. I just don't think it's necessary anymore. So anyway, that's all I really had to say. So thanks for listening. I appreciate all the time you guys all put in. And I appreciate you allowing us as Balboa Islanders to call in and have a voice. So that's all I really wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Sounds good. Thank you. Any others? Okay. Next speaker. Hi, go ahead.
Hi there. I am calling from Balboa Island, and I am also calling in regard to the one-way signs. I have an issue with their safety, number one. several of us have to walk down the alleys and dodge cars to get home. And I think that's not what people would want. And I think it's emboldened people to shame people just trying to get home. I've seen people shamed in a wheelchair. I've seen people shamed in walkers, just trying to take a walk or get to their house. I think it's unfair. I think it's time that they come down. I think the numbers have come down enough. I think we've all put up with enough. Mostly, that's all I wanted to say, and I really hope you consider taking them down. It's been enough. We all complied for a very long time. We all did our part, and I think it's run its course, and we're ready to have the walkways back to normal. So thank you so much for taking my call, and I really, really hope you take the signs down. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One more? Okay. Hi, go ahead.
Hi, my name is John Larson. I've lived here since 1980, so I'm somewhat of a newbie, but I walk about 5 miles a day, and I would appreciate it if the council would look into electric bikes on the sidewalks. There's a lot of kids under the age of probably 12 that are speeding down the sidewalk, and eventually I think someone's going to get hurt. But I love the city. I love everything you guys are doing. I know it's a hard job, and I just wanted to make you aware of it. So thank you, and good night.
Thank you. All right. Bring it back up. We're going to move into item number 14, which is public hearing ordinances numbers 2020-22 and 2020-23 Newport Airport Village Plan Community Development Plan. It's big enough we ought to do a short staff presentation on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. Jim Campbell, Deputy Director, Community Development Department. I'll be doing a quick overview of the project. If there's any additional questions that I can't field, we've got David Blumenthal, our contract planner, as well as Simone Jurgis here to assist me. So we've got a presentation ready to go. Well, first of all, this is the Newport Airport Village project. These are legislative amendments to the general plan and to the creating a planned community text and to change the zoning of the property. You saw this project first back on July 28th, where you were asked to adopt a resolution providing notice to the Airport Land Use Commission of possibility to override their decision of calling this project inconsistent with their plan. So that was the first time you saw this project. So this is the second time, and we'll have one additional visit here in 2 weeks. So up on the screen is the project site, the vicinity map. It's up at MacArthur and campus right near the airport area. So this is a closer view. So we have campus to the north, and MacArthur is the main thoroughfare on the right-hand side of your screen. So the area that's in yellow is the project site area. It's currently developed with restaurants, office uses, car rental facilities, and the like. Now, the general plan right now is airport office, and the request is to change it to mixed-use horizontal. And that is the general plan amendment here. And so this is an existing designation that the general plan has. Within that designation, the general plan currently provides an allocation of up to 2,200 units for the airport area. And this amendment is just going to simply tap into that existing allocation that's in the general plan. And so with approval of this general plan amendment, again, you'll be asked to take that action at the next meeting. We would not be increasing the developable residential units in the airport area. So there would be no increases and no charter vote. Two items that of note today, we will be asking the council, not tonight, but at the next meeting, to waive a general plan policy regarding the density of the overall site. And that would be justifiable pursuant to, this is a density bonus project. Additionally, we'll be asking the city council to waive a park dedication requirement. That's a policy of the general plan, but that would come with an in lieu fee payment, and I'll get into that momentarily. The zoning of the property is office airport, and we'll be rezoning it to planned community text. And then we would also adopt a new planned community development regulations. This would act as a zoning of the property. It would provide the development standards for the future development of the site, permitted uses, and the like. And I'll be summarizing that here momentarily. But what's not before you today is an actual project. Again, this is just the legislative amendments to the general plan and the zoning. The other action that will be before you, the City Council, is the development agreement. You know, the airport area requires a development agreement pursuant to the general plan policy and the municipal code, and that development agreement would provide the vested rights to proceed with the project, and I'll describe it momentarily. And within that agreement, there are also some public benefits to the community simply with the payment of certain fees. All right, so again, as I said, it's a legislative approval only. The overall density of the project will be up to 444 dwelling units in the planning area. That's the furthest away from the airport area, and I'll show you that map in a moment. So we have 329 base units within the general plan, and the applicant is requesting up to 115 units for density bonus. And with that would become the provision that they build affordable housing units within the project site. Additionally, the planned community text would also regulate the development of commercial areas in the project site if it were mixed use, but adjacent as well. Let's go ahead and show the project site. So this is what the general plan map would look like. With approval of the project, would be taking that area outlined in blue and changing it to mixed use horizontal. It's currently that COG that you see, that orange color. Now, of note is that 65 CNEL contour running right straight through the project site, and so to the left-hand side of this diagram is closer to the airport, and it's a higher noise area, and residential use would not be allowed within that area. All right, moving forward, back to the general plan amendment, so that we create a new anomaly in the general plan, mixed-use residential, mixed-use H2 is the designation. It establishes the development limit of 297,572 square feet and 329 dwelling units. Now, that does not include the density bonus units. Now, the second table that you see here is really kind of a breakdown of all the residential units that the general plan currently allows in the airport area, which is 2,200 units. And so we've got the total units there on the fourth column over of 2,200 units within that designation. With approval of this project, there would still be 430 units left to be built within the current allocation of the general plan. So what I'd like to say about this project is we're really just changing the color on the map from orange to the salmon color there, but we're just applying the same policies and a new set of development regulations to build the housing that the general plan currently allocates. All right, so moving forward, as I mentioned, there was two issues with the general plan. We have one policy, 615.7, that talks about the overall density of housing types, and because this is our general plan would basically require a more dense project site here. And so because this is a density bonus project, the thinking is that if we require that higher density, it would actually make it infeasible to build, and we really don't want to apply a development standard that would make an affordable housing project infeasible. So pursuant to density bonus regulations of our municipal code and state density bonus law, we could grant that waiver if the general plan amendment is approved.
Can I stop you there? Because
yes.
I was reading through, so this is on page 14-6, if anyone would actually like to read along. But there's a discussion in there that I thought was kind of interesting because, yeah, I understand the concept of needing a waiver as part of this process, but realistically, we're looking at this and realizing that because of the way that the sound barrier works, the point made here is that you're cutting up. First off, you're cutting into planning area 1 instead of just the whole project. So if you're only looking at planning area 1, the point made in this is that it's 7.14 acres, to which construction of 329 units would have an effective density of 46 units per acre, which wouldn't require a waiver in that situation. And then your other point, because of the density bonus situation, the 493 units would result in an effective density of 69 units per acre, which would actually exceed the density discussion. And I was noting at least in my head, I apologize because I mentioned the sound, the airport area issue. I meant to say because it's split into Area 1 and Area 2, and Area 1 is the only one that can allow for the housing, that you're actually looking at it and saying, well, now 2/3 of that Area 1 is buildable, so we're really talking about a much denser project, which it doesn't bother me for this area. I think one of the themes that I'm going to hear repeatedly out of all of this is the area where everyone kind of wants. If we're going to have to build houses toward RENA, this is where everyone wants it anyway. But it's just it was an interesting thing, because when I was working through the waiver process, I understood legally why we had to do it, but practically speaking, we are seeing a much denser project than realistically. Realistically, we're seeing a denser project, certainly, than what we would have to waive. I found that kind of interesting, the way that our code. Let me back up for a second. The reason I find that interesting is because constantly when we're hearing from the state and they're saying, hey, just build, it's one of those things where this HCD says build, and then another agency says, but not here, right? And that came up when I was reading through the response letter we received from both the Airport Commission, I'm not going to find it, the Airport Commission, and also another state agency. Which one was that? It was
that was
the Department of Transportation.
Yes.
Yeah. So you just kind of sit there, and it's yet. I didn't even think of the Department of Transportation when I was thinking of RENA. Like you think of California Coastal Commission, you think of FEMA, you think of other agencies. I never thought that the Department of Transportation would jump in and tell us, don't build housing here. I mean, it's just one more agency that is in conflict with HCD that I would just remind everyone in Newport, this is what we're up against when we're trying to find housing.
Yes, the Caltrans does get involved with airports in the proximity of housing. Again, we're going to the Airport Land Use Commission, and Caltrans gets involved because of the proximity to the airport, and it's just a way for the airport operator and Caltrans to provide feedback to the City Council as to the appropriateness in their mind of putting housing here. And so all the rules that we're working under are there, and I think they all predated the housing crisis, and I don't think the thinking of maybe lightening up on some of those comments hasn't quite trickled down to the staff members who are reviewing these
or it ever
applications.
will, frankly. I mean, they're not tasked with building new housing, to be fair. We've got a couple of council members. Ms. Dixon.
Oh, thank you. Could you go back to the slide you were on when we stopped? That one.
Sure.
Okay, a couple things. So maybe this is kind of a follow-up to the mayor's point. So our general plan requires a minimum of 493, and so you're saying that's too dense?
Well, yes. So our general plan is, the interplay of these policies is very complicated. It requires a minimum 30 dwelling units per acre and a maximum of 50 dwelling units per acre over the entire residential village, and it's both planning areas when you look at it. So I'm going to flip forward here real quick to the two planning areas that were referenced before. So we've got a residential planning area 1, and planning area 2 is only commercial because of the noise. And so our general plan basically says you have to have a minimum of 30 dwelling units per acre for that entire area, and or a maximum of 50 dwelling units per acre. So if you took that minimum density and applied it only to planning area 1, you get a project that's actually denser than what the general plan really envisioned, because you're in essence packing it all into one area. And so the general plan actually envisions projects that would actually fit right within that 30 to 50 density range, and having it be that
So
dense
you would
is-
never anticipate a project that would extend over two planning areas?
The planning areas were created purposefully to keep the residential units away from the safety zone, which is also a line right there. It's a vertical line, safety zone 3, and it would keep the residential units away from the 65
But now you've
CML.
approved that, and that's why you're allowing residential units inside the safety zone.
Actually, the planned community text does not allow for residential units in Safety Zone 3. It allows it within a broader safety zone, which is Safety Zone 6, which covers the entire area. Now, residential uses are allowed in Safety Zone 6 pursuant to the airport land use plan. They're not really allowed in, they're not, dense residential is not allowed in Safety Zone 3. And so in deference to the airport environment's land use plan, we crafted the planned community text to not put residential in Safety Zone 3.
Okay, but ALUC opposes this.
Yes, they do. The project, in our opinion, is consistent with the airport land use plan because residential use is allowed in the areas below 65 CNEL, which this does. It does not put residential units within the 65, so it's consistent in that regard. It also doesn't put residential units in the Safety Zone 3. And so in those two regards, it's consistent with the airport land use plan. Additionally, we provide notification to future residents physically on site and in their deeds, in their rental agreements. So again, the regulations in the planned community text also make this project consistent with the written plan that they have. Now, the Airport Land Use Commission has found it inconsistent, and I think that's within their prerogative. But
what's the consequence of that?
Well, then that sets us down a path to potentially override it. And so if the council chooses to approve this project, you then have to come back and provide the notice of intent to override, which you did back on in July 28th. And there's a 45-day period of time within which the Airport Land Use Commission and Caltrans can provide comments, and they already have, and they're in your packet. And again, they're reiterating their concerns that they would rather not see this project this close to the airport, if you will. I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
So if we do approve it, then what happens?
Well, two things happen. You have a project that's approved, and you would have to override that decision by a two-thirds. It's a two-thirds vote. It's a two-thirds vote of the City Council. So in that respect, it requires a higher consensus if the council wants to proceed forward with this. There's also talk about transferring liability if there's ever any issue related to safety, if, say, an airplane were to crash into
What do you
this
mean,
area.
talk? I mean, is that what they legally are required to do, is assign liability?
Well, that's what their plan says. The airport land use plan says if you do an override, then you actually then transfer the liability back onto the city. And I think if I would rather have Aaron maybe take this particular question and take it to its conclusion.
So what the law says is that basically it excludes certain people from having liability based on an override. It does not assign liability to the city. And if the legislator wanted to assign liability to the city, they could have expressly done so. The fact that they didn't shows that it doesn't transfer to the city of Newport Beach. On top of that, there's several government code provisions which provide immunity to the city for decisions like you would be making in that context to override that decision. So there's no liability transfer to the city.
So if some future resident wants to sue the airport, they can't sue the airport for some noise violation. I didn't know, they didn't tell me it was going to be this close to the airport, whatever. And so the city will not be held liable in any way because we approved this project.
That's right.
Okay. All right. If you would please go back to where you were on the slide.
All right. So we've
this slide.
This particular slide.
Okay.
Yes.
Another question I have is on the what I read in the staff report, the in lieu park fee, which is fine. I understand the in lieu concept, but apparently the fee assessment or the value of the land that is being assessed at 2007 valued, and so hasn't the marketplace changed since 2007, and why haven't we upgraded our assessment models?
You are correct that the last time the fee was set by the City Council was 2007, based upon some appraisals that were done at that time. And we've obviously gone through the Great Recession, and so land values did diminish over time, and we did not update it during that time period. We have worked on updating this fee. We had anticipated bringing that back to the City Council early next year.
Do you have you done a study to what the land values are now today in 2020 on this property?
Well, the appraisals were done probably 6 to 8 months ago, pre-COVID, so I don't know if there is any effect there, but we have those appraisals ready. We have the methodology. It's very similar methodology to do the appraisals that was done back in...
But you know the appraised value of that property now?
Of this property, I do not know. We didn't do an appraisal of this property. We did an appraisal of other properties in town that you would necessarily dedicate for the park, find out what the value of that is. We took 3
All right,
appraisals.
so there you have updated formula, but you did not apply it to this project?
No, we haven't applied it here. We wanted to bring that forward to the city council for adoption of a new fee at a later point. It's just not ready to bring towards you yet.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Herd, I'm sorry, you got 2 more now. Mr. Herdman.
Going to ask a question for those out there in the community who I think will want to know the answer to this question. Why now on this rather than addressing this through the general plan update process?
Why now? Well, the applicant is asking for the city council's consideration. This application, we don't delay project applications pending an amendment that we might be doing. I think it would be up to the council. If they didn't feel comfortable approving this project, they could delay and wait for, say, the housing element update to come forward. But I think this project provides an opportunity, what we create a housing opportunity site that we can take credit for in our upcoming housing
Okay,
update.
you said there was not a project that came along with it, though.
No, this is just a legislative amendment to the general plan and to the zoning to create the planned community text, and then the development agreement as well, which is an ordinance.
Okay,
But
thank
there
you.
is no actual building before you today.
And Mr. Avery.
Thank you. What were Caltrans objections?
David, could you summarize that for me? I did not have a chance to read the full Caltrans letter, but it's the same as the airport. So they have a safety concern. They're concerned about future residents subject to noise. They don't want residential this close to the airport either.
Not a traffic concern.
No, not a traffic concern, no.
Interesting. And in terms of the housing element update, in your view, just sort of generally, obviously we're looking at this area pretty hard for housing. And do you think this project is within what you'd expect we'd ultimately wind up with as fitting in an update?
Yes,
To put you on the
I
spot.
think we have a willing property owner who wants to put housing on this site. It's consistent with the airport land use plan, despite what the Airport Land Use Commission said. It does require these legislative amendments, and so we can take credit for this to count towards our 4,334 RENA allocation that is coming forward. Now, again, the majority of this project site would not be affordable. The applicant is going to do 5% of 329 units as affordable. Now, that percentage might go up. It's not as much affordable units as I think we're going to need to see in future projects, but we haven't established the housing element update yet. We don't know what those policies will look like, and so I think we need to look at it under the density bonus provisions today. And so, again, this is a housing opportunity site that was just handed to us, and I think we might want to take advantage of that because we have such a very high RENA. We may struggle finding enough sites throughout the airport area, given the definitions that HCD is using and the state housing element law. So I think we probably need almost every site we can get.
So doing it now, do we get some sort of credit for it, or is it just a start on our RENA number?
It's a start. So it's 329 units for sure, and it can be as many as 444, depending upon how many density bonus units they have. So the developer will be able to build, so it's 329, and then of that, there will be like 17 units that are in the affordable range. And so those numbers will be carried forward into our housing element. And we'll
They
take
all
credit for
count
them.
toward our 4,800
They will
deficit.
count. Yes, they will.
Thank you.
Ms. Brenner.
So does this owner bringing this forward to us now and getting us to approve it now mean that they may not have to put as many affordable units in this as if they waited and it went through the housing element update committee?
I would have to speculate as to what the future housing element policy would be. Are we going to come up with a different housing scheme, more density, more affordable units? I just don't know, so I can't answer the question without speculating.
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so
You know what, actually, I'm sorry, I had one other question. Since we're still on the RENA topic, the only question I had, and this might be an Aaron question. So RENA cycles are 8 years long. The development agreement itself is 15 years long. does that 15-year development agreement cause any issue with counting this toward RENA? I would think not, but I just want to make sure I'm thinking that through, because RENA does play a factor in our discussions and most future projects, I'm guessing. But I want to make sure I saw that and I figured I didn't want to skip over that on a technicality issue unless I'm.
So it does give them a vested right to basically beld it under the current rules. I'm going to turn it over to Simone though, because he's much more apt at the RENA and how they get the credits for it. So or Jim.
So the development agreement has two different terms. The residential component has a 10-year lifespan, and then the commercial component has 15-year lifespan. And so they would have the vested right to produce that housing up into that point. So they could build at any time between now and that 10-year period. We intend to include it in the housing element, even though that's an 8-year planning cycle starting after October of 2021. We feel that it will be built 15 to 20? 15 for residential. Well, I apologize. Thank you for the correction. It's 15 years for residential and 20 for the non-res commercial. But we believe that it will come online within that period. We have substantial evidence. We feel this site would meet the test under state guidance and under state housing element law. It is possible that it might not get built within that time period, and we wouldn't actually have construction credit, but we do feel we have credit in the housing element for planning for those 4,834 units.
Okay. I thought as much, but like I said, it's worth the ask now. All right, let's go ahead.
All right. So I'm gonna touch on the neighborhood park standard. So this policy requires that at least a 1-acre park be developed in project sites. The policy also allows the council to waive that dedication requirement if the payment of an in lieu fee is. And I know we spoke about what the value of that would be. Staff and the Planning Commission are recommending that we waive the dedication requirement in this case because of the proximity to the airport. Now, there will be recreational opportunities designed into the future project, and that's part of the planned community text there. And so we feel it's appropriate, and it is a $2.5 million park dedication fee for a 1 acre that would be paid. So if that was the action taken, it's consistent with the general plan policy. Moving forward, the planned community text that I've spoken to, again, we're going to change the zoning of the property from office airport, that orange color that you see, to planned community text. And then there is a very detailed planned community set document regulations and design considerations as well. And that establishes the permitted uses that would be allowed in planning area 1 and planning area 2. As I said earlier, the residential units are confined to planning area 1, and they also would not be allowed in that 65 CNEL. And so that you can see a portion of planning area 1 that's in the 65 CNEL, and that would only be for parking areas or other areas, but not for amenities for the project site, but not for residential units. Planning area 2 is exclusively commercial. So this is the I'll get to the development agreement in a moment. This is the conceptual plan that the applicant has provided. Again, planning area 1 is that orange building with the green space around it, and that would be a residential building. The red that you see there might be a commercial mixed-use component right there on MacArthur Boulevard. It's not a mandatory component, but that is something that they would have the flexibility to do. And you see the parking lots and the purple buildings, those would be future office development. Or commercial uses consistent with the planned community text, as the car rental agency lots when their leases expire. Now, the applicant can talk to you a little bit more about that, and they do have a presentation coming up, and so I'll move forward on to the next part of the presentation. The development agreement, 15 years for residential, 20 years for non-residential. And so these are the public benefits that would be provided aside from building housing that we so desperately need. So we have a public benefit fee of $6 million, and now that's structured payments. So $2 million would be paid within 30 days of approval. $2 million would be paid at the permit issuance for a building permit, and $2 million would be paid at occupancy. The park in lieu fee would be paid in half at permit issuance and half at occupancy, and that's the $2.5 million park in lieu fee. And then there's a public safety fee that staff negotiated with the applicant, and this would be for fire services or police services, and that would be 100% due at permit issuance for a total of $9.5 million. And so that's the value of the agreement to the city, in addition to providing, obviously, the housing and the affordable housing.
All right, just a moment. Ms. Dixon.
Thank you, Mayor. Could you go back to the prior slide just for 1 second? Is this the green, is that green space? Where it's green, is that green space?
Yeah, this is a conceptual site plan, so I can,
Right.
there really is no plan developed beyond this. And so, yes, those would be some outdoor spaces that folks working in those office buildings could come out and enjoy, maybe on their lunch hour and what have you.
Because it's called a village, I just wanted to get the understanding of what the village is.
So there are provisions in the planned community text that actually kind of connect these two projects together. And so, people will have the opportunity to kind of walk through these areas and maybe enjoy those open spaces.
Okay, could you go to the next slide? I just have a few questions on the development agreement. So what is it typically, when we do development agreements, what is the term? Is it usually 10 years? Have we ever gone over 10 years?
I think we've done terms that are longer than that, but again, we spoke with the applicant in the negotiations, and we felt that that was an appropriate term, given uncertainty of COVID and the housing market. So, we could go more or less.
I don't understand this uncertainty of the housing market when there is, according to the governor, a 3.5 million housing unit shortage, and we have to identify 4,982 or whatever the number is. So where's the lack of housing demand?
Well, as you're aware, the RENA numbers for us are 4,832 out of 1.3 million for the entire SCAG region, all the
Right.
6 counties here.
So we know housing is going to need to be identified and built. I think that's fine. I think we need to plan. This is a plan that will help get us there. I just trying to understand the concept of 15 years versus 10 years. And so will it even satisfy our housing requirements in 15 years?
Well, I would say that our housing needs are probably going to continue longer than this planning period.
Well, I mean in terms of the RENA demand.
We will have a 7th cycle of the RENA that will be
But will
identified.
not be part of the next cycle. Is that what you're saying?
Well, at this point in time, no. We've got our RENA for this planning cycle for this upcoming 8 years, and it's the
So
4,832.
these numbers don't apply to the 4,900?
The numbers that we would be approving with this project would. We would take credit for what this
All right.
project would be in the 6th, the upcoming housing element update. We would.
Are you certain about that, 100%?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, if it's not built within that time period, but it's still within this development agreement term, the general plan would allow for residential, and it could become another housing opportunity site in a future RENA as well.
Well, wait a minute. If we go forward with our housing element and these figures, these units are included as part of meeting our RENA requirement, and then they're not built, what does that mean? We just have to identify them. We don't have to build them.
Exactly. The regional housing needs assessment, the RENA, is really a planning target, planning goal. Of that 4,800 units, we have about 75% of them that need to be below market, so low and very low and moderate income housing. And so that's our planning target for this year, for this upcoming cycle. We don't have to construct them. And if this site is a housing opportunity site in the upcoming RENA, and we intend to include it, and if it's not constructed during that time period, under the way currently the law wouldn't penalize us at all for that. And so, again, if that site would qualify as a future site, we would put it into the next RENA, and we don't know what that next RENA would be. And that obviously is a separate process.
I wonder if the state would let us do that, if it hasn't been built, whether we continue to. But that's for others to determine. The park in Luffy that I brought up a moment ago, at some point in time, maybe if this goes forward tonight, I would like to know what the value of the property is, so to know that what we are not receiving that value as far as the city.
So you're looking for the value of this property? I think the applicant has a presentation after mine, and that might be a good question for you to ask them.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, development agreement. So moving forward quickly, California Environmental Quality Act. So in your packet, we will ask you to approve an addendum to 2 EIRs. One of them is the 2006 General Plan Update EIR, which is when we evaluated the impacts of the current general plan. And so this project stacks up very well with that. There is no increase in housing with this, because again, we're tapping into the existing housing that the general plan actually already allows. Now, the adopted general plan actually has less development than what was studied in that 2006 EIR. We actually studied closer to 4,000 units and more non-residential development. The actual plan came out less than what we evaluated in the EIR. And that's actually fairly common to do it that way. And so when we looked at that EIR and stacked it up against this project, there's really no additional impacts that weren't already identified in that prior EIR that are mitigated through application of all the policies in the general plan. And we also looked at the 2014 land use element supplemental EIR. So this was the Measure Y project that went forward in 2014. We did an EIR for that project. This project was included in that analysis specifically. But
I thought it was pulled out.
Well, it was in the analysis for the EIR, and as we all know, Measure Y did fail at the vote, so the amendment never went forward. But the analysis in that EIR is still valid, and it was a certified EIR, and so we're using that document. It was an expensive document that the city prepared for that, and we want to use that information to make decisions today. And so when we looked at both of these EIRs, the difference in the 2014 project was that they were actually adding the units to the general plan above and beyond what's already in the general plan. Today, we're not doing that. And so when you look at these two EIRs, they didn't find any significant environmental effects as a result of this. And when we look at this project, it actually is less development than what was previously studied. And that's really the point of doing an addendum. It allows you to move forward utilizing that information. There really isn't any new impacts identified. There's no significant new information that would cause us to stop and go back and redo the environmental analysis. And so I think that bodes well for the project in that it falls within all the analytical parameters of our general plan and the environmental impact analysis by these two AIRs. Any questions about that? All right, so back to the airport environs land use plan. Again, we've spoken about this, but this is a more detailed graphic. Residential will be allowed in the crosshatched area, and only non-residential or parking would be allowed in the area that's just in the yellow color. Again, we're purposefully avoiding safety zone 3 and the 65 dB CNEL. So that's how the planned community text, the zoning document that we'll be asking you to adopt at the next meeting. All right, so moving forward here, so the Airport Land Use Commission, they did conduct a public hearing. They did find it inconsistent for safety, noise, compatibility. We spoke about this. They also were concerned about building height. There was an unresolved issue about FAA clearance on one of the planning areas, which has been subsequently resolved, and now the planned community text has been modified so that it's consistent with the FAA's recommendations. So we're also avoiding any issues there. So again, the project benefits, redeveloping the project site. We're creating a housing opportunity site, as we've discussed, and we've got the payment of those public benefit fees that were noted in the development agreement slide. So this is a very short time frame for where this project started. Again, when the applicant gets up, he's going to talk about the fact that this has been in the works for well over a decade. But again, in terms of recent time periods, the Planning Commission did their study session back in April. They took a public hearing in June. The Planning Commission is recommending approval of the documents and approval of the planned community text and ultimately approval of the project. The Airport Land Use Commission held their hearing in July, again found it inconsistent, and we came back to you in late July for that notice of intent to override. It's a procedural requirement by state law, and there's that 45-day comment period. Now, we have the comments from both the Airport Land Use Commission and Caltrans. They're in your packet here. They just kind of reaffirm what the Airport Land Use Commission had previously indicated. And tonight we're here ahead of a potential adoption of the project back in September 22nd. So the City Council can't take any actions to override the Airport Land Use Commission and approve the project until after September 13th, which again, that pushes it to the next meeting. So we're here tonight simply asking the council to do three things: is adopt the resolution that adopts the addendums, the environmental review for the project. We also are asking the City Council to introduce the ordinances. There's two ordinances. One is to change the zoning to planned community text, and also adopts that planned community development plan regulations, the zoning regulations. And the other ordinance is for the development agreement itself, is to introduce that. And we would then come back on September 22nd and then take all the final actions. And that would be the general plan amendment resolution, the adoption of those 2 ordinances, and then the adoption of a resolution actually overriding the Airport Land Use Commission. So we can't take that action tonight, but we're preparing to take that action on September 22nd. And again, we want to conduct a public hearing, approve the addendum, and introduce those ordinances, and then we come back in 2 weeks and take all the final actions. And so tonight's actions, obviously set the stage for those final actions in 2 weeks. And again, we want to take that public hearing, and then we'll go from there. Are there any questions?
Mr. Avery?
Yeah, the Airport Land Use Commission basically denies most of these types of projects in the airport, in their sphere near the airport.
With significant residential projects, yes, they do.
Yeah. And this is going to be 5 stories?
It's going to be 85 feet high, so the residential component will be 85 feet high.
And is that around 5 stories? I imagine.
You can do 5 to 6 in that.
And that's what Uptown Newport was as well, right?
Yes. Uptown Newport has portions of it that are actually taller than that, and they're further away from the airport, and the Airport Land Use Commission did find that project inconsistent, and the council previously override.
Right.
And that we have that project under construction today.
But looking forward, that's sort of the trend in terms of development, is that sort of height. We don't think we're going to be doing anything 13 stories or anything in there, are we?
Probably not.
Yeah.
It's really up to the community and the council ultimately in their
Right.
actions. Now, there is a height limitation in the airport area of basically 150 feet. There is an
Right.
easement above that the county holds, and so you really can't penetrate that 150 feet above the ground. So this is going to be well below that.
Okay. And then the timeline that they've got, is that to let some of those leases run out, like on the commercial side?
The 10 years?
Yeah.
I believe it includes that. I'm sorry, the 15 years. It includes that, but it also, they're not going to build this project, and so they're going to be talking to developers,
Right.
and so there
Just
may
give
be
them
some
time to
negotiating, give them some time.
Go steady with somebody and then get married to it, make it happen, right?
Exactly. And I did reference, a little bit of uncertainty in the housing market. I mean, there's a lot going on in this day and age, and so, with some uncertainty out there, you may need a little additional time to plan for these projects, and that's one of the reasons why we felt 15 years was an appropriate length of time for this agreement.
And then the public safety, $1 million, there's a formula for that you work up in terms of there's going to be 480 units total?
Councilman Ravi, there really isn't a formula for that, and that was just a negotiation between staff and the developer for that fee. And where that really comes from is really the 2006 General Plan EIR, which identified if the the fire chief needs it, additional apparatus in the airport area to protect public safety, because we have all these residential units there. That requirement has kind of morphed over the years. It's really an ambulance unit that we're seeking. That would be coming out of Fire Station 7. So we don't need a new fire station, we don't need a new building, but we do need a new fire ambulance unit, and we need the staff to support that. Right. And that comes at a significant expense. But back to your question, there really isn't a formula here.
It was just sort of a dartboard, $1 million?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a dartboard, but we've negotiated similar fees of the last development agreements that you've seen. We did $1 million for the Harbor Point project. Yes. One of the options that we've been looking at is to develop and adopt a community's financing district for the airport area that would then establish a fee that we'd apply to all residential projects, or it may apply in other ways to commercial or non-residential. Right. We haven't obviously developed that fee, and so we're at a period where we may need to create that financing district to help us finance the ongoing costs of the equipment and personnel, but we haven't developed that district at this point. So this project is here now, and what we'd like is to have them pay some fees through the negotiation, through the development agreement, to help us offset those costs for that additional ambulance unit and the personnel that would go with it.
And it would be hard to calculate now what our share of property tax revenue would be from those units as well, right?
With the increment that would be coming from this project?
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
we would expect to see some property tax increment for the project.
Oh, yeah, of course, it's just the number, right?
Exactly, and there is actually a financial analysis that was done for the project side, and if you read that section in the report, and I know you did, it shows that residential uses actually don't really pay their way the way that commercial, especially retail, does. Now, while that is true, that's a modeling function, if you will, but I also want to make sure you understand that the assumptions that were built into that modeling, we assumed and planned for 2,200 units in the airport area. And so this project is well within the analytical assumptions of the general plan. We knew that this kind of a revenue impact would occur. We're going to have increased costs to the city to help serve this area.
Absolutely.
And the development agreement fees that you saw help offset some of those costs.
Right.
In addition to any new property taxes that would be coming from it. And obviously there wouldn't be any sales taxes coming unless there was a small retail component.
So the term you use, help offset, so these fees are not meant to offset the fees entirely. They're just a portion of what needs to be done to kind of take care of the additional load. There's probably going to be 700 people living here with that many units.
Yeah, we might anticipate 2 to 2.5 people per unit coming in.
Right.
So yes, you could see that kind of population.
Right.
We feel that the numbers that you see there for the public safety fee is proportional to the impact of the project.
You can kind of guess what you need, how much you need to respond public safety to that many people over a year's period or something, right? The fire department, I'm sure, has all that figured out.
Yeah, they do. And the basic need that we see is really in the medical response, and not in some very large ladder truck, if you will, to get to a multi-story building. Those buildings are very safe with sprinklers and all, but it's really the medical need that the fire department has identified as their future need in the area.
Thank you.
And then one more, Ms. Dixon.
Yes, just to follow up on Mr. Avery's questions, if you could go back to the development agreement page, please.
Certainly.
In many of the words you just responded was we think and we guess, and in 2006 this is what we wanted is 2,200 housing units. I don't hear anything concrete, and so going forward, I'm not suggesting anything about this agreement, but it just strikes me that we need more certitude. We need a framework. We need a policy framework for development agreements because they're all over the place. I mean, we did one for Vivanti and Museum House, and there was significantly different numbers per unit. And so now it's kind of which way the wind's blowing, and it's a negotiation. I think this is my personal opinion, going forward, again, not respecting this agreement, with housing, and particularly anywhere in the city, but we know it's going to be primarily in the airport area. I think we need more, and without a general plan update, I think we need more solid financial framework to peg development agreements with, because this isn't based on anything I'm familiar with, and we know we're going to have more of it. And so just to say, I guess we think we're going to have 400 people, we could have another 2,000 people. An ambulance costs more than $1 million, so you said this is for an ambulance. I mean, we really don't know. We're just kind of throwing things against the wall, if you ask my opinion. So my recommendation is we need a policy, and maybe this is something the Finance Committee could work with staff on, that if we know we're going to be identifying 4,900 housing units in the next 2 years, and we're going to be working with a lot of developers, and we want to encourage them, and affordable housing is really important. But are we subsidizing? I mean, this is significantly less than other development agreements per unit, per residential unit. Are we subsidizing affordable housing? Maybe that's a good idea because we need to do it. We know that housing is a priority. I don't have an opinion one way or the other, but we should have a policy to guide our thinking instead of sending staff out to do these negotiations without a framework. And particularly given what we know going forward, we need a lot of these Development's very important in our city. It's the last remaining area. We are essentially built out except for this area. We ought to do it right. There's going to be service level demands, public safety demands, infrastructure demands, transportation demands. None of that has been assessed within this, and it would not be fair to assign all that to this project, but in the totality of what we're talking about, the airport area, I think we need more economic impact information. That would be my recommendation for future projects that we look at and analyze. Because right now, wearing my finance committee hat, we have, I don't know if Dan M. is here, but we have like $12 million left in our facilities financial reserve fund when we used to have $100 million. And we have about 30 years worth of projects to repair and maintain our capital, our physical capital facilities, bricks and mortar. And that's not going to, $12 million that's currently there's not going to pay for a new police headquarters that's been on the books for a number of years, since probably 5 or 10 years out. We don't have the development to fund, plan to fund these capital projects that make Newport Beach the fine city that it is, that supports our quality of life, supports our property values. And we're going to be doing a lot of these projects. I think we need a better system. So that's my recommendation for tonight. But I think this is good. I'm glad we're making the general plan. Usually we sit up here and there's a big fight about general plan amendments. I think this is a good general plan amendment. If people want to live next to the airport, I think it's the right zoning change to do. It shows that general plans can be modified for the right reasons, so I'm totally in favor of it. I just think we need to have a system, a policy for negotiating or putting a framework around development agreements going forward. Thank you.
All right. It's a good time to switch over to the applicant now.
Yes, that'd be fine.
Okay. All right, we'll go to the applicant now.
On behalf of John Saunders, who's here with me this evening, we have a PowerPoint presentation, but the staff's presentation was so comprehensive that we don't need to get into that. I'll just speak to some of the issues that were raised by the city council members, and if you have any questions, Sean Matzler, our attorney, and John Saunders are here with me this evening, and we can answer your specific questions. So I started talking briefly at the last hearing about the real history of this project, and I'd like to thank Mr. Campbell for the well-done slide on the recent history, but let me take you back to 2005 or so, when John Saunders worked with the Newport Beach City Council as part of the general plan amendment and update that was done in 2006. So John diligently attended the committee meetings and advocated for the airport area, which you see in front of you this evening are the units that were created as part of that process. However, this particular site was not included in the 2006 general plan update as one of the MUH2 zoned properties. So in the 2014 update, which we started attending hearings, I myself, on behalf of Mr. Saunders, in 2013, we attended over 9 hearings of the city's land use element update committee, and we earned our spot in that general plan update in 2014 through the committee's recommendation and later the council's agreement that this site would be appropriate for residential. So they certified the EIR that studied residential being on this site, in addition to many other things that were done in 2014. And the Airport Land Use Commission during 2014 found it to be inconsistent, and the Newport Beach City Council overrode their finding as part of that certification. And ultimately, the voters of Newport Beach did not adopt Measure Y, and so immediately in December of 2014, we came in and we filed a standalone general plan amendment application for this particular project, which is before you this evening. So between 2013, 2014, and today, the original application was 329 market rate units. Staff asked us as part of the RENA planning to consider affordable housing on the site, and we decided that that would be a good idea, and we were happy to work with staff collaboratively on one of the sites that is possible for affordable housing in the city of Newport. One quick item just for your consideration, because this is not an easy process. When I first applied in December of 2014, I was told that the site needed to be a minimum of 10 acres. Luckily, Mr. Saunders owns enough acreage in this one particular site to be able to meet the city's general plan requirement of 10 acres. Tonight, you hear something about the density and the density being calculated over the overall acres. This is one of those items that the council is going to have to struggle through as you go through your later general plan land use housing update, because there are not many sites of this size left in the airport area. There are not many owners like Mr. Saunders that can tack on additional properties. And in this case, they were within the airport noise contour line. So they were not available for residential development, but they were available for us to put into the application in order to meet the general plan requirement of 10 acres. So we added the affordable housing with the staff at their request. And notwithstanding the fact that a development agreement is required in the airport area, we requested one. And the reason why we requested a development agreement was because of what's in front of you this evening. It's the legislative change to allow residential on this site, which first happened in 2014. So if the council will approve this evening, these residential units will be vested for the period of the development agreement, and we can set out to get the developer in place and bring forward a site development plan that your planning commission, and if the council wants to see it, it would go up through the city's land use discretionary approval process. So this is the beginning of the process. The reason for the term on the DA is because we can't guarantee how fast we're going to be able to get through that next step. But what we do need is the certainty that we did not get in 2014, that this site would be available for residential use and that the units would be available for this particular site to go through the further planning. So just a brief discussion of the Airport Land Use Commission. I have personally been involved in probably 25, 30 projects that have gone through Airport Land Use Commission. Only one of them was ever found to be consistent, and it was not in the airport area. Every other one was found to be inconsistent and was later overridden by city councils, and no issues of liability have ever occurred. And as your city attorney attested, it's not a big concern because of the way the ordinance is written, but you guys have already covered that. The development agreement that we negotiated with the city, wanted to speak to very briefly. Mr. Campbell outlined the terms and the times in which the deposits are to be paid. And notwithstanding the fact that the development agreement term is 15 years, and we have to go through the process of selecting a developer and putting together a site development that can get through the city's discretionary review process, Mr. Saunders has offered to write a check for $2 million within 30 days of approval. And there needs to be some consideration given to that fact, because very few developers that are residential REITs or full-time apartment or condo developers would ever offer to do something like that, because it's all about carry costs and getting construction loans, et cetera. In this case, Mr. Saunders has been the property owner for a very long time, has been working at this process for over 14 years, and is willing to pay that public benefit fee to the city of Newport Beach almost immediately, so that the city can do with it what the council determines is in the best interest of the city to do. But that first payment will be made immediately, and you won't find that in many other development agreements that you ever consider. So I wanted to mention that because it's unique. It's a very generous offer because, as Mr. Campbell stated, and as Ms. Dixon, Councilwoman Dixon asked, there is a housing shortage, but there is also an uncertainty on construction loans and development companies where, 1 year ago, we would have had 100 interested buyers for this site. Because of the coronavirus and the uncertainty in the marketplace and the uncertainty of financing, there's a much smaller group of potential builders for this site. Certainly there are many, but not as many as there once were. So the purpose of the DA term is to grant us enough time to get through the city's discretionary approval process. But I'm glad that Mr. Saunders started this in '06. I appreciate the council in 14 advocating that this site become residential. and I very much appreciate staff's work to get us through this process from then till now. We are here to answer any questions you may have, and we look forward to your approval of this project tonight so that we can start the process of getting much needed housing in this part of the city. So thank you, and we're here for any questions you may have.
Okay. I'm not seeing any questions from the dais. All right. At this time, we'll go to public comment. Do we have public comment in the... Okay.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosier. First, as Deputy Director Campbell emphasized, you're not actually being asked to approve the project tonight. Most of what you're doing is just putting the proposal on the table for a decision 2 weeks from now. During those 2 weeks, I think it would be good for you to reflect on the concern about the timing of this and whether this particular proposal with its particular proposed mix of affordable housing will indeed fit into the recommendation you are going to get from your appointed Housing Element Update Advisory Committee for their overall plan for how affordable housing is going to be implemented in this area. I hope you will also reflect on the fiscal impact report, which was mentioned very briefly. It's summarized on page 14-10 and in much more detail on page 14-203. And while the $10 million of fees, or nearly $10 million, $9.5 million, that you're expecting sounds very generous, the conclusion is that this project will be a net cost to the city every year from then on of over $600,000 a year compared to what the general plan currently envisions for the area because of these costs that Councilman Avery was pointing out, safety costs and so forth. So please do look at that fiscal impact report. And although you're mostly just putting the project on the table, the one thing you are doing tonight, as Mr. Campbell mentioned, is certifying for all time the accuracy of the addendum to the 2 previous EIRs. I don't believe this is one of those CEQA processes where there was a public review, written comments, written responses to them. So I trust that all of you did read that several 100-page long addendum that you will be certifying the accuracy of. I trust you did that, but I do wonder how many of you have read the resolution you're being asked to adopt tonight, because if you did, you will see in it that it says you're giving careful consideration not only to the comments you're hearing tonight, but to the comments you will be hearing on September 22. And I find it hard to imagine logically how you could be giving careful consideration to comments that you have not yet heard. But that is what the resolution says, and you're being asked to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the community room? Nope. All right, let's go to the phones. All right, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, Mayor O'Neill and council members. This is Nancy Scarborough. I just wanted to comment that the percentage of the low income and very low income units here is 5%, which is very low. And I just think that it's worth mentioning again that we're talking about 329 units, and we're getting 5%, excuse me, 5% of those in the category that we really are lacking. So we're talking about so many more units than that to actually meet our 4,800 units that it's just worth noting that we're not talking about 4,800 units. We're talking about 10,000 units by the time we actually meet the RENA number, aside from cost or anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other calls? All right. We'll bring it back to the dais. Any further discussion or questions at the dais level? All right, I'm going to move staff recommendation then. Do I have a second? Seconded by Mr. Herdman. You know what? We'll give it a moment and we'll wait for Mr. Muldoon to come back so we have a full vote.
Mayor, would you like me to read the ordinance titles while we're waiting?
I think that'd be a great idea.
Ordinance number 2020-22, an ordinance of the City Council of City of Newport Beach approving zoning code amendment CA 2014-009 and Plan Community Development Plan number PC 2020-02, establishing the Newport Airport Village Plan Community Development Plan located at 4341, 4361, and 4501 Birch Street, 4320, 4340, 4360, 4400, 4500, 4520, 4540, 4570, 4600, and 4630 Campus Drive, and 4525, 4533, and 4647 MacArthur Boulevard. Ordinance number 2020-23, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Newport Beach approving development agreement number DA 2014-003 for the Newport Airport Village Plan Community Development for the properties located, as I said a little while ago,
All right.
in 2020-22.
Mr. Muldoon, the motion on the table is approving staff recommendation, seconded by Mr. Herdman. No discussion, so let's go ahead and vote. No discussion requested, I should say. I'm not saying there's no discussion.
With Councilmember Brenner voting no, the motion carries 6-1.
All right, we'll move now on to item number 15, the emergency ordinance number 2020-008. I think it's, do we need a staff report? Item number 15 is specifically the emergency ordinance dealing with mandatory social distancing, face coverings, and restrictions on walk-up bars for eating and drinking establishments. Well, the face coverings deals with the specific issue. We are not looking at the face coverings as a citywide issue. That was the A1 that did not pass tonight. We're dealing with restaurants and walk-up bars. All right, Ms. Brenner.
I just had asked that this be considered because we did receive a letter from former mayors and council members, Selich, Rosansky, Curry, Henn, Webb, Petros, and Gardner, asking us to do this. And they have formed a committee called Recover Newport on the Road to Recovery, and their concern is how do we really get Newport back into recovery mode, and how do we facilitate our businesses getting up and running as quickly as possible. So it was their recommendation that we do this, and they had asked us if we would consider having this emergency ordinance. Now, that was back on August the 10th. So now that we've moved into a different tier, things have changed a lot, and so it's kind of hard to look at what they were asking in terms of where we are today, I knew that there was no chance that this council would vote for a mandatory mask policy, but it is an opportunity for us to still encourage people to voluntarily maintain the use of masks and make sure that we don't go back into another spike, because we are very close to really being able to get past a lot of this and get our kids back to school and get our businesses back opening. So I feel like we should talk about this in terms of what's happening today with the new tier that we're in, and what these regulations how they would be affected by the changes. So it's not exactly the same as it was when they sent this letter to us.
Fair enough. Ms. Dixon.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that, because obviously it's a question given today that the county has moved into a different tier, which is very good news. I guess what you're saying, Councilmember Brenner, is and I fully concur and agree, that we don't want to relax our efforts now because it's absolutely critical that we continue to improve on the county or the state's tiered mandates so that all of our businesses can begin to operate and get back to normal. So I fully support the spirit of your intentions there, and I think that's very important in our community, and it is so easy to do. I was, a week ago, I was in Wyoming and Montana, and there's no state mandate or local mandate, but there's signs on every door that says, do not enter without a mask, and if you don't have one, here's one. So and there was total compliance, and people seem to be happy doing that. I just think we're all pulling together here. I do have a question I want to ask Mr. Jurgis. How many walk-up bars do we have? I've never heard that term before. What's a walk-up bar?
So my understanding of a walk-up bar is just a bar counter where a member of the public can go up to a bar counter and order a drink from a server. So as far as the number of those types of business transaction, we only know of one, which was at the Peninsula Kitchen and Bar. That's the only one we know of. I've asked my code enforcement staff this morning that exact question, and all three of them looked at each other. They said they're not aware of any others. Now, it doesn't mean you can't have a bar. Most of the bars are internal, and there's a bartender mixing drinks.
So these are external walk-up bars?
That's correct. External. That's correct. Restaurants have bars, and they make drinks, and the server will take those drinks out to the outdoor dining.
Peninsula actually moved a bar outside. Was that permissible?
They set up some makeshift counter where they were able serving drinks, and people were going up to them, and it was just kind of the machine there. So that's all I know of.
All right, but so this is not a widespread issue that we would need to require this type of...
I don't know of any others.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Mr. Avery.
Yeah, so I guess my understanding, Mayor, we 25% capacity now in this new tier.
For restaurants, bars are still
Mhm.
closed.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, bars are still closed. And I think, so to Ms. Brenner's point, things change rapidly, and so this has changed. And I think also we have some new resolve part of code enforcement to take some action, which I think is really important on this. At the same time, really, you've got to have a solid violation to be able to do that. Someone who's really, really flouting the current code. And so I'm heartened by that because I think we really want to, when a business is so far out of line, they're not being fair to the businesses that are suffering because they can't generate the same revenue. So when you have someone that's ignoring the code and the guidelines, it's unfair to the other businesses. So to keep business healthy and to keep customers healthy, we really need effective code enforcement in these times. And it's not punitive code enforcement. We're not looking to get you. These are things that are just so apparent to anybody that would be looking. You just go, this is got to be dealt with. And so I'm heartened by that. And then I'm looking forward, I think about our responsibility going forward to this winter, and if we have a reoccurrence, how it's important for us to act quickly to follow, to help support the guidelines that come down to us, and at the same time walk that line that we've been struggling with for so long to get right, is that personal freedom, people able to enjoy the beach, people not being forced to do things, people being encouraged and hopefully doing the right things, and we keep everybody safe as possible and not infringe on their rights, but at the same time demonstrate, as we've been doing with these face masks, the right behavior to everyone. And it's a tough thing, and I'm just glad to see the needle moving in the right direction. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is a Simone or Aaron question. Currently, who has jurisdiction regarding capacity of restaurants and legality of bars, that currently falls under whose enforcement?
Anytime there's any state law, it's typically the police department and does the enforcement. With regards to our emergency use permit that we have allowed for restaurants to be outside, where the code enforcement is handling those conditions on those use permits. If we do get complaints, code enforcement receives a complaint, we still follow up and have a conversation with the operator of that establishment.
And where does the county health department come in?
My understanding from county health is that they've been doing some inspections throughout, making sure that the staff are wearing their face coverings, they're following those protocols. They were proactive with regards to the state mandates with the face coverings, and they follow up with any additional complaints. And I also understand ABC has been going out there too and doing enforcement action too, to make sure that that the alcohol service is within the confines of the kind of that dining area.
ABC falls under Sacramento, or basically state jurisdiction.
That's correct.
Both entities, ABC involved with alcohol and
Health.
And the local health department, they have their own enforcement capabilities, correct?
That's correct.
They can walk in without a permit because it's a public location,
Correct.
without a warrant. Surprised you didn't call me out there on that mistake, Will.
No, go ahead.
They can walk in without a warrant, issue a citation under power of state powers essentially, and they can and do regulate that activity already.
They do, correct.
I understand there were some times that I think we've had to regulate that activity as well, or at least give warnings.
When we get complaints, we follow up, we give warnings, we talk to the establishment, and with our emergency use permit program, we have conditions that we enforce, that we've actually stated conditions that you shall abide by the state guidelines, that you shall close by a certain number of hours, that your occupancy will not exceed what you had in the building. So we actually have our own conditions that we enforce.
So thank you very much. I see actually very strong logic, and I understand, Joy, why you had the initial thought of these good operators that are following the rules, or operators are not following the rules. But I would argue that the entities, the legal entities, are already in place. We've issued friendly warnings here in our city. We're very pro-business city. And there have been some not so friendly warnings from Sacramento and from the county under state's mandate. So I essentially view this as just another layer of regulations in government that would not be needed at this time. And I think you're right, Councilman Brenner. I think everything has changed. It's changing so quickly, it makes your head spin. So I'm guessing that there really is no more support for this item. I could be mistaken, though, but looking forward to hear what the public says. Thank you.
Thank you. Just real quick, since I haven't spoken yet, I'll speak and then go to Ms. Dixon and then Ms. Brenner. Yeah, I appreciate that clarification. I have to say I have sort of talked to some of those members of our former mayor committee and sort of politely asked them if they would have actually supported this when they were on council, but that's perhaps a different conversation. But yeah, look, I mean, kind of expanding a little bit on what Councilmember Muldoon was saying. At this point, it's I think this is essentially covered by the health orders that have been in place in at the state level and at the county level, and our police are able to enforce all health orders if they find the need to. The state the state of California, I think our governor calls them strike teams, has sent strike teams around the state right now, including CHP, ABC, OSHA. A whole bunch of state agencies. They've been in Orange County. I've heard they've been in Newport. And then the county health agency as well has issued its own orders, updated today, in fact, and then can be enforced by, the sheriff, can be enforced by their own health agency, to Mr. Muldoon's point. And then our city manager and I actually on Friday mornings are on a call with all the other mayors and city managers with the health director, Orange County health director and CEO. And the most recent one, last Friday, the county CEO said that at this point, everyone has been pretty well educated. And at this point, the expectation is that you as a business know the rules in place, and they'll probably be a little more aggressive on the county health side of things. So on this one, and look, I mean, I won't say the name of the establishment because I'm not going to give them any extra publicity, but we had a revocation this weekend of an outdoor permit, and that is a good indication of enforcement. It's a good indication that we have the laws in place to be able to ensure compliance. It's a good reminder that we moved tiers. This thing's still here, and people need to take personal responsibility, and I think that most people in Newport have, and that's one of the reasons we've seen such a dramatic decrease, especially in hospitalizations. But we all know someone. I mean, most of us up here know someone who has died with COVID in the last month. Most of us have known a number of people who have caught the virus, and we all have a general idea now of where the high-risk situations are, and we did not put ourselves in those places. But at a minimum, we should be able to expect our establishments, especially the ones that we've been helping dramatically to bridge forward on these outdoor permits, to take the responsibility of making sure that they're not putting people into those situations like it seems that we had someone do this weekend. So it's one of those things where we've seen we have the enforcement, we've started the enforcement, we've certainly had a number of conversations, we're seeing state agency, county agency, and so I understand the sentiment behind this one. So I will just preview this for everybody. When this comes back for public comment, I'm just going to be, I'll be moving to table it indefinitely. So I just want to at least preview kind of procedurally what I was planning on doing. Ms. Dixon.
Well, you said a couple things that I just wanted to comment on. In terms of enforcement, I wanted to, first of all, thank Simone and his team, because on this emergency order that you've been operating under, how you've extended, how many restaurants now are operating under your emergency permit?
About 110.
110, and that's fantastic that we have facilitated through your actions, your very prompt turnaround actions, fast-track actions. We've facilitated these businesses to thrive to the best of their ability within those physical limitations. I just want to say publicly that it's important, and we have the vast majority of our restaurant and bar establishments are complying with local and state mandates, and a few, as the mayor mentioned, at least one, did not comply, and the action that the staff took was the right one. I just want to ask a question about enforcement. We've got all these layers of enforcement. Simone, do you have code enforcement on the weekends when, of course, summer may now be over, and hopefully all the busy crowds are over, but what do you do on weekends on
So
code
we do
enforcement?
have one code enforcement officer that works really a kind of a 7:30 to 5:30 shift, Saturday and Sunday. And every month we do have a small team that does bar inspections, because we do have use permits. Now we have these emergency use permits, so we have a small team that does once a month those nighttime restaurant and bar inspections.
Good, that's outstanding. Okay, very good. Well, keep up the good work. Thank you very much.
All right, Ms. Brenner.
My question was just, is there anything more that you need from us as far as the new regulations and where we are with the next tier and everything? It seems that this could be withdrawn unless there's something that we actually need to do to give you the tools to keep the people from going crazy. We know people are excited about opening up and getting back to some semblance of normalcy. So if there's not anything else that you need from us, then I'd be willing to even withdraw this.
Councilmember Brenner, I appreciate that question. I actually think we are good, because even with in the tiers, what's mandated by the state and also came out with the county guidelines is to continue the social distancing, have masks on when social distancing can't be accomplished, and all that is in place, and those are requirements that we have under our emergency temporary use permits as well. So I think we have the ability, with what the state and the county mandates are, and requiring all businesses to follow those as well, that we have all those to put in place as part of our conditions.
Okay. All right, we'll go to public comment on this item.
Mayor O'Neill, members of the council, this is Jim Mosher. It sounds obviously like you're not going to adopt this, but I would just like to point out that I think procedurally it would be difficult for you to adopt it even if you wanted to tonight, because I think there's a real noticing problem with this. The agenda said that this item was a proposal about regulations about walk-up bars, which we just heard what they were. Even the staff report, quote to it, it says the ordinance addresses restrictions for dining establishments with walk-up bars. The public has a right to expect that what you adopt will actually be what you notice on the agenda. But if you look at the ordinance that has been presented to you, which is on page 15-9, section 2, the first sentence of that says dining areas in all eating and drinking establishments in the city of Newport Beach shall be organized such that blah, blah, blah. Nothing there about walk-up bars or limiting that to alcohol servicing establishments or outdoor or whatever it's supposed to be. Look at the last sentence of it. All volunteers, agents, and employees of eating and drinking establishments shall wear face coverings, blah, blah, blah. Nothing there restricting that to walk-up bars. There's just one short sentence in the center that is restricted to those. The other provisions may be good. They may be redundant with provisions you already have in place, but they are part of this ordinance, and they were not announced on the agenda as being part of it. So I don't think it could be adopted anyway. Thank you.
All right, any calls? No. All right, we'll bring it back. The cleanest way to handle this, if we don't intend on having an up or down on any of the merits, would simply be to move to table indefinitely. So that's, I think, based on our conversations, that's what we're going to do. So I'm going to move to table the item indefinitely. Do I have a second? Seconded by Ms. Dixon. Any discussion? All right, let's go ahead and vote.
The motion carries unanimously, 7-0.
All right. We'll move now into the next item, which will be the COVID update. We'll start with our city manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'll just speak probably very briefly, since there's been a lot of discussion now on the tiers and the being in the red tier now, and then I'll turn it over to Chief Boyles to talk a little bit about our own stats here. So as has been mentioned, just over a week ago, the governor did put out this new framework for the reopenings, and there's a set of 4 tiers based on risk level, and we were on that purple tier, that top one, where it's considered widespread risk levels going on, but as was just discussed quite a bit here, Orange County, along with 4 other counties in the state, have been moved into the red tier, so that's very good for us. The state, in putting us into that tier, did put the numbers for Orange County at 5.2 new cases per 100,000. So you see we're solidly in that 4 to 7 range of new cases in the red. But also note that the positivity rate for Orange County was 4.2%. And what's good about that is that's actually in that moderate, that next tier down in that moderate orange tier level. So really, if that number continues and reduces and the number of new cases comes down and we get under that 3.9, we would be able to move, Orange County would be moving into that moderate tier. I will also mention this whole framework, the governor talks frequently about slow and stringent. So you need to be in that tier. You need to meet the criteria for 2 weeks, and it actually takes 3 weeks, 21 days to move into that next tier. So the soonest, is 3 weeks, but still everything being on that positive trend, I think is very good across the board for us. And what's very encouraging is in this red tier, we have several areas that can open up, and that is effective immediately. which is also a good thing, as well as with that in-person schooling that could begin September 22nd, and that's without any kind of state waiver. Schools that have the state waiver are opening, but this will allow others to go in as well. So in the red tier, I'll just highlight very briefly, I think one of the most positive aspects is that indoor dining can be open at 25% capacity. You start to see on the gym and fitness centers, which we've heard a lot about, to actually see those open on the indoor side. 10% small, but at least that's that first step there. And you can see some of the other major categories here with just more being allowed on the indoor side. Oops, excuse me. Let me back up. On our own city facility side, it was nice to see, even with the new framework, even in that purple tier, that libraries are allowed to reopen at a 25% capacity. So the minute we saw that, we jumped on putting plans together. So our library staff has been very busy getting everything situated, from the physical improvements, safety measures that we need, as well as on our staffing side. So we are targeting September 21st to reopen our main branch with that 25% capacity. So we're very excited about that. Our city hall is closed. We had closed it, I want to say, right after the 4th of July period when the surge had happened, just to ensure from a spread perspective amongst employees that we wouldn't have that, and to really contain that. So I had implemented an A-B team where employees were in kind of alternated coming into the office every other day to try to just not mix groups of people and try to spread people out. With the latest numbers coming down and being positive, we have released back, so not to have the A-B teams and start to transition and employees back in. And I think continue to do that and having more employees come back into the office on a regular basis, we'll start to look at the reopening of City Hall. And I think the target will be kind of matching up with the library itself and looking at that time frame there. But we don't have a specific date yet, as we're just looking at how the employees are coming back in. And we do have a lot of employees who are also dealing with the childcare and the daycare types of issues with the school reopening. So we're kind of looking at all that together there. Unfortunately, there was no guidance coming out on the state side. While they had the specifics on the libraries, it was very specific to libraries. It wasn't to community centers. So we are still watching and waiting for that, and really pushing on the county and the state side to hopefully we get more guidance on that, because we would love to see, certainly there's been demand on the recreation activities, and we're doing those. On the outdoor basis, we'd really like to get into our community centers and be able to offer up on that side as well. So
hang on just one second.
We're watchful for that, yes.
Mr. Muldoon.
Thank you. So even though gyms are allowed to be open at 10% in private capacity, we don't have any instructions regarding our own gym at Oasis, for example.
That is correct. That's a very good point. We can certainly ask for clarification if it's gyms, because those were meant for the private businesses, as far as I understand. But we haven't seen anything specifically on our own types of community centers and facilities. But given that there's a gym at the Oasis, it's something we can follow up on and get clarification.
Thank you.
That's a good one. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Boyles.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, Jeff Boyles, Fire Chief. I want to give you a real quick overview on our wildland mutual aid fire responses, since that's another topic in the news right now. The Newport Beach Fire Department currently has 8 personnel deployed to 2 different fires. We have the Valley Fire down in San Diego County, which you see here is the front cover of this morning's San Diego Union Tribune. That's our Newport Beach fire engine as the first one, with Huntington Beach right behind them, and then a whole cadre of fire engines from Orange County. We also have a fire engine out in the El Dorado Fire in San Bernardino County. And as I reported last time, we had 17 personnel deployed up to Northern California in the Napa, Santa Cruz, Vacaville areas. They all returned last week. They were back in the town We sent one of our fire engines to the shop to get overhauled. They were about 48 hours all home, and we started redeploying to the other fires. So having said that, as of yesterday, if you listen to KFI, they reported today that the acreage burned on the fires already in 2020 is the most acres burned in California history. Wow. So we're at 2.1 million acres already as of yesterday, Labor Day, which surpasses 1.9 million acres from the 2018 firestorms. And we just moved into red flag warning for today through Wednesday night. So we haven't even really seen the Santa Ana winds yet, which is really kind of concerning us. And I believe Mr. Muldoon asked me last council meeting what concerns me right now, and I said now it's the fires that are on the horizon. Over Labor Day weekend, on a positive note, we got through Labor Day weekend without any serious public safety issues that I'm aware of, unless my partner John Lewis had any on the police side. But from lifeguarding and fire, our Code 3 responses were up 25% from Labor Day of 2019. I think that's probably a result of all the people that were at our beaches. They were really crowded. We estimate over 310,000 people attended Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday over the Labor Day weekend. So we were quite crowded. All the parking lots were crowded. The streets were full with the meters. Lifeguards performed 51 ocean rescues, and with the lifeguards and police protecting the beaches and managing all those crowds, it was pretty impressive. But I think it would, I'd be remiss if I didn't point out our partners with Public Works and how much they did with the beaches of keeping them clean and keeping the boardwalks and the sand functioning as well with all those people. It's pretty impressive.
Hang on just one second, Ms. Brenner. Oh,
I didn't mean to
wait.
interrupt, but I'll just say right now that I have never in all my years seen as many emergency vehicles as I saw this past 3 days. You guys must have had everybody going nonstop because it was incredible. And I live on a street where they go up and down all the time, but I have never seen so many emergency vehicles just going constantly. So great job, and please thank all of your personnel for us.
I skipped over that stat because I didn't want to read. I was trying to go extemporaneous here, but we did have 330 Code 3 responses over the weekend. So, and that excludes the police cars. So they were rolling around. There were quite a few people, but like I said, I'm not aware of anything overly significant. Ms. Leon, can you flip the slide to my next COVID on our local responses? Our total medical call volumes increased also in the month of August over 2019. So you may remember I've been reporting since about March it had been down. Our hospital transports with our ambulances were down, and our overall medical calls were down. I believe police activity was down at one time too when everybody was retreating into their homes, but now they're coming back out, they're coming to the beach, so we're getting a little more busy. We transported 14 COVID positive patients in August and 3 so far this month in September, for a total of 58 since our first positive back in the spring. Internally, we've not have any more firefighters test positive or lifeguards. So we landed at 10 positive firefighters, 15 positive lifeguards. That was that month of July where we had our outbreak. It worked through lifeguard headquarters. It worked through some of our fire stations. We had a total of 74 employees quarantined in about a 3.5 week period, which was pretty difficult staffing wise, but we pulled it off, and everybody is back and healthy now except for the ones that have been deployed out onto the fires. With the help of our EMS division chief, Kristen Thompson, we were able to procure 5,000 more N95 masks through the county, so we're pretty robust again on our PPE, so we're happy with that. The case trends with the 18 and 34-year-old age group tends to still be the highest. They account for almost 60% of the positive cases. There can be a lot of theories there. They're also kind of the working age group. They're also, I don't know, I don't even want to speculate on that, but they are the highest group still. Our daily average in Newport Beach is still trending downward, which is about 5 average positive cases per day. And at our high, we were up around 17 per day here in Newport Beach back in August. Our hospitalizations around the county are still experiencing about a 30 to 40% bed availability, so that's holding steady. And the hospitalizations and ICU admits of COVID patients are back to their early May levels. So that was before it started to trend up. In June, it was trending higher, and then in July, you might remember it really spiked. So we're looking at numbers that are back, if you look at a bar graph, back to where we were in May. So the ICU availability is about 30% countywide, ventilators over 63%, and our overall numbers continue to trend downward. So I think that's good. We moved from the purple into the red. We need to continue to pull together and keep doing what we're doing. It seems like we're trending in the right direction. Hopefully keep on the trajectory that we're on. And that's all I have. I stand ready for any questions.
Great.
Come on, Kevin. I'm just kidding.
Are you happy with the fire trucks? You got your fire trucks.
Thank you for the 2 fire engines, by the way.
All right. Yeah, no, there are a lot of positive data sets coming out. I actually was reading today the current RT, and just quick reminder, if it's at 1, that means we're spreading, it's kind of even spread, and then if it's below, that means that the spread is slowing down. It's currently in California at 0.84, which is great because it used to be far bigger than that. So anyway, we got to keep that going. Got to keep these trends coming. Anyway, one other thing, just as a quick side note, because this was something else discussed at the meeting on Friday with our public health director and our and the CEO of the county. The new tier guidelines that come out of the state, they only track two categories right now. They track positivity rates, which is if you have 100 tests and 3 people test positive, it's 3%. That's the positivity rate. They also do case counts, and so it's how many positive tests over a 7-day period with a 7-day lag. What's the average of out of 100,000 people? And the interesting thing is most people would kind of assume that is the case count. They actually aren't doing it based on a case count. They're doing it on what they call an adjusted case count. The adjusted case count actually takes into account the number of tests being performed inside the county. And if you are above a certain number of tests being performed in the county per day based on out of 100,000 people, they'll actually reduce your actual case count by a factor. So if you're above, I think, 240, so right now Orange County is right around 186 per day out of 100,000. If you're above, I think it's 240, it'll reduce your actual case count by 12%, and that's for the tier discussions. So San Francisco is way up there. They're up at around 456 tests per 100,000, and they are able to reduce their actual case count by 40% when they're up that high. So when the metrics were coming out last week and people were trying to figure out, wait, why is San Francisco on red and Orange County is on purple? Because the case count in the case rate, I should say, the case rate in San Francisco was almost double Orange County's. But because they were able to drop by 40%, they actually came into the red for 2 straight weeks. And so I mentioned that because we may actually end up seeing a strong push for a lot more testing in Orange County, particularly on a tier if we're looking at it from a tiers perspective in particular, because the more testing you do, the likelihood is that you're going to see a much lower positivity rate. And the more testing you do, as long as you get up above, like it would not be a good idea to get around like 230. I think the metric's 240, but it wouldn't be a good idea to get to 230 and not keep going, because if you do that, then now you're probably going to catch a lot of asymptomatic people. And I mention all of this because, one, we probably are going to see a stronger push for testing as we keep moving forward. And 2, we're probably going to see a strong push for testing at some of these supercenter sites, like Costa Mesa actually we've got 2 in Orange County right now. One's in Anaheim and one's in Costa Mesa over the fairgrounds. There's probably going to be a fairly strong push for essential workers to start getting these free tests that are being offered at these supercenter sites. And, essential workers, we've found out, I mean, I recognize, I actually think that pretty much all workers are essential, but in terms of the legal definition of essential that the governor has put out, as schools get back in, it may be that all teachers should be getting tested fairly regularly. All of the staff that goes along with teaching, grocery workers, restaurant workers, even to a certain degree, city employees. When we have free testing going on at these supercenter sites, they have a lot of capacity right now, and it's good for the tiered system to be able to reopen our county faster. We're probably going to see a push for it, and I wanted to at least explain that this is something the state hasn't exactly talked about, and explain that this adjusted case metric matters a lot. And anyway, it's kind of it's an interesting. I won't get into what I think about the tiers, but I'm abundantly clear in public lately on what I think of it. But anyway, but I will say, now that we are in this tiered system, it's worth at least understanding what the actual metrics are, because it's not actual case rate. It's actually this one. Anyway, Mr. Muldoon.
Yeah, I just want to add, and Will's the guru on this subject, but it's not like you can go to a website and they explain this. You're scratching your head, you're saying, wait, how are we in the zone in San Francisco? It's not. I think the assumption is that unless you have testing to prove otherwise, your infectious rate is X, or you have X amount of people in your population that are infected. So it used to be, hey, stop getting tested or don't distribute the test because it's making our numbers climb. In fact, those numbers that are actually tested help defeat the notion that we are higher than we are, and it reflects either our learning and our hygiene and the mass and effectiveness of how we decide to live, or perhaps the the virus is not as infectious as we thought, or it's getting less infectious over time. It's really fascinating, and if you wonder what keeps some of us up at night, this is it, which is a problem into itself. We have our own sickness, but it is good news. I think that that we're learning that in all actuality, many people think they have it and they're testing positive. I'm sorry, they're testing negative, excuse me. So there's a psychological component to it, or maybe they have the common cold, we're not totally sure. But more testing is good. It's great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, you're right, this is what I read about at night. Actually, I mean, so the interesting thing is I will finish this up, I'll finish up on this point, because Ms. Dixon said, well, maybe we should just all get tested. And the answer is sort of, yeah. And the thing is, I made that point actually on the call, because I had tried really, to your point, Mr. Muldoon, I spent a lot of time actually trying to understand what all these metrics mean, and looking at spreadsheets that the state had posted on it was not the easiest thing to find. But I spent a bunch of time, and I needed to ask some questions of Dr. Chow, who's our health officer in Orange County. And so I started asking those questions, and it spurred this long conversation among elected officials. Wait, should we be encouraging all of our residents now to go? And he said, no, that's not quite what I'm saying, because part of the concern is if you actually fill all the supercenter sites and also all of the clinics and all this other stuff with people just getting tested, you do want your symptomatic people getting tested, and you do want the test coming back quickly. And he was concerned about a backlog issue. But his point actually ended up being that essential workers, symptomatic or not, should get tested fairly regularly. Yeah, so exactly. So that's the thought process when he was talking about this. And so anyway, I'm highlighting that because that may end up changing counties. That may end up changing policies, across the board. And so as we're moving through with this, and you start seeing an increased number of discussions about testing, this is why. And so you may end up seeing people adapting their mask up campaigns with go get tested too, so we'll see. But anyway, thank you, Chief. Anything else? One other thing, Leilani, I'm going to put you on the spot here. One of the other things that Leilani and I have been talking about are the vote centers. So a lot of people have been asking about the ability to vote in person this year. So I just wanted Leilani to do a quick update of kind of where we are and where we think we might be in the next few weeks.
Okay, so I've been in contact with the Registrar of Voters office, and we have come to some agreements with our community room, Marina Park, Oasis Senior Center, and Newport Coast Community Center to hold the vote centers there. They're thinking it would probably be a 5-day vote center, not as in March where we had an 11-day and the 4-day. So it would be 5 days. We still have all the ballot drop boxes. They are still waiting to receive all the agreements back from all the cities in order to update their website where the facilities are going to be, but they anticipate that to happen this week.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think at some point we ought to make sure that we have a splash page to kind of help people know that there are a bunch of options on making sure that they've got their votes being counted. Okay, great. Thank you. On this item, we'll open it up to public comment. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, members of the council. I actually have a comment on this tonight. One aspect of the council's COVID response, excuse me, was to attempt to help our struggling restaurants and food serving establishments through the Newport Beach Restaurant Association Business Improvement District. And back in July, I think the council directed about $80,000 to that organization for them to host a restaurant month, which we're currently in. I know in considering the business improvement districts, the council has had some concern in the past that they're a kind of institution where the many are paying in involuntarily, in this case, perhaps taxpayers, for the benefit of a few. The idea, as I understood it, when you dedicated the $80,000, was that the restaurant month was going to benefit all of the food serving establishments in Newport Beach, certainly all the restaurants, equally, to help them all. So I'm a little concerned when this program rolled out on September 1st. It seems to be quite selective in who it is advertising. It's encouraging right down the street here at the end of Avocado and Coast Highway. It's encouraging people to frequent the Bungalow restaurant. It's not advertising or encouraging them to visit Ruby's Diner right down the street. And across the street here, closer to the City Hall, Corona Del Mar Plaza, there's many food establishments there, Bristol Farms, Gulfstream. I believe they're all operating. None of them are being promoted through the restaurant week. So I find that a little bit concerning that the taxpayer money is not being used to promote all of them equally. And I also found curious when I went back to your July agenda to see the presentation, it did not explain it explained how our $80,000 was being spent. It did not explain who was funding the prizes that are being given away, which I thought was strange. Certainly it would be a big expense, I would think, when you're putting on a sweepstakes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, we'll bring it back. Thank you. All right, so Madam Clerk.
A motion to reconsider the vote on any action taken by the City Council, either this meeting or the previous meeting, may be made only by one of the council members who voted with the prevailing side.
Any motions? All right, tonight we're going to be adjourning in memory of George Ardros Jr. George Ardros Jr. was a longtime Orange County resident who attended Corona Del Mar High School and graduated from Chapman Law School in 1999, later pursuing an entrepreneurial career. George Jr. was an active philanthropist, most notably supporting Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, City of Hope, and Mariners Christian School in Costa Mesa. George Jr. is survived by his wife Shannon, his son George Leon III, his parents George and Julia Ardros, his two sisters, and his many nieces and nephews. We stand adjourned.